Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you all here. Sorry for being a bit not on time as always, but by now you should definitely know me, and it's just time management is always terrible. But yeah, thank you that you found the time to get here so fast, and hope you have some question and some interesting stuff that we can discuss today. If not, I might also just talk about other things. So first of all, you people, hope you had a fantastic day. Also read somebody are still at work and have to secretly watch the stream. So that's pretty awesome, to be honest. But I hope you don't get into trouble. Also Canadian Fantasy Corners here, welcome and nice to see you. I hope the sound is good and you can hear me loud and clearly and nothing is in the way. I could maybe double check, even though that's always a bit scary, but my system sound should be out, so it should work. Sounds normal to me, to be honest. Time is relative, exactly. That's also why my timer never reaches 0, and it's not in minutes, it's in Chris minutes. Not sure if the Chris minutes command still works. It might not work because the bot on YouTube is never really, like, it takes 10 seconds or so for him to be summoned and only works sometimes. We found this out last time already. Sounds good. Okay, nice. I'm watching this at class. Well, I hope it's more interesting than your class then. But it seems like, yeah, Mr. Bot, as always, simply doesn't like me and is not showing up for unknown reasons. Let me just think. Do I have to reauthorize the bot? That would be unfortunate, because then I have to answer. No, it seems like to work. Interestingly, Mr. Bot still didn't appear. Also not sure which one was the command, to be honest, but yeah, it's always the same. I always complain about the bot. It works much better on Twitch than here on YouTube, but it should be !Chris. What is, like, one of the bots should at least pretend to react, right? Luckily, NASA is not using Chris minutes. Exactly. Like that's like a definition I wrote for the Chris minute. That is finally it works. One Chris minute can be everything from an actual minute to several hours. So yeah, but it tries to be a minute. That's basically the idea behind my reasoning there. But yeah, it's just a problem always on this channel. So since we have cleared everything, I also just want to hint, as always, at the last few changes. That changes is probably wrong, right? There is a new channel for people that saw the last video. There is now a German version. I'm not sure how many people are German speaking here right now, but I know my German followership is like 3% or something like this on my channel, at least from Germany, and I'm not sure Switzerland, Austria, and friends. Not sure what's going on there, but there is a German channel, which I have, of course, not linked here, so I'm completely unprepared. I should have just started a tiny bit later, I guess, as always. But let me just see if I can get the link in chat. So if people want to see some of my content in German, it's another German channel. It's very small. It needs several things. It needs comments and subs and likes, all the stuff, and also videos. But I also posted it on the community tab. So if people are interested in that or speak German, feel free to check it out. This the last video I posted here on this channel, on the main channel, about the misconceptions misconceptions of the Nazgul, which I could also link here, I guess. It's this one here in English. It also exists there. It's a bit longer because I have some questions to my German viewers how I should handle quotes in this thing, because I prefer using the English quotes and stuff. And I also... Is there anything else? Yeah, of course, pronunciation stuff and so on. Like, here on this channel we established that I go with what Tolkien described in his books. On the other channel I could go for more Germanized pronunciation if people prefer that. So we have a lot of options over there. But I guess here on the main channel it's so established it would be strange to change this. Okay, that was a very good question. I need to scroll up though, because I probably missed it. Oh, that's a really good question, you are right. We probably look into this. Maybe we start this as a first question, because it might be a pretty decent one. So, not that bad. If you have questions, post them in chat. If I don't answer your question, feel free to repost it later. No, don't spam it in chat, because then the bot will ban you, but maybe copy-paste your message and post it later, because answering messages takes long, and I try to always stay at the present time of the chat. There might some messages that I simply won't read because it's always a lot of text in chat and so on, and I have to do production in parallel. That always brings me to my absolute limit of multitasking. But we probably go with the question. And was there anything else? Yeah. If you haven't seen it, check the video about the Nazgul misconceptions. It's a short video. We might have to revisit it because I know there are more misconceptions about the Nazgul. For example, the Witch King prophecy and who can kill the Witch King. It's an interesting topic of itself. We could maybe look into this at some point. There's some stuff, but enough promotional stuff here for the channel. Much appreciate all the support from your people, and let us look at the first question. Then I take a short moment and we could maybe talk about Galadriel or stuff, because it's the reason why it shows this the thumbnail here. It's from the Hobbit film, the third one. Also looking in the background for... No, that is wrong. Almost did mistakes here. Let me see if I find my favorite Galadriel picture. I should be able to do that. Of course, one has to be able to spell Galadriel correctly. It seems I'm not always able to do that. Okay, so Galadriel. It's not about the only her, but about several things. So in the meantime, I prepare the question to be shown here on the screen. Oh, I paused this. That is terrible idea. Okay. So Mark asked the question. Now I have to find him. Scrolling up. There it is. That's a pretty decent question for the start, I guess. So we could talk about this for a brief moment. Might not be easy to answer because it involves numbers, and I'm bad at numbers. So the question is, what is the age difference between Gil-galad, Galadriel, and Elrond at the start of the Second Age? That's a pretty cool question, to be honest. And so we can switch to this beautiful Galadriel picture. Maybe I should go to the German content. At least my name should be pronounced their right way. Not the unfortunate way. Mark Schießer. Yeah, it's... well, there's definitely, even in the German space, there is definitely room for slipping up, let's put it that way. I can feel that being painful. So, yeah, Galadriel's age. Galadriel's age is, of course, thanks to the nature of Middle-earth's book, I wouldn't say a pain, but difficult. The reason for that is, let me just see if I have a good picture of what we need for that. I for sure have. Oh, I have 3 pictures. Let's hope this one works best. Seems like it. So... this book came out last year in September, And yeah, it's really hard to say. It turns out Tolkien in the background was really, really interested in switching up his ideas of time a bit compared to what he wrote earlier. There's another book, which was, I think, War of the Jewls. Was it War of the Jewls? I think it was. I'm not 100% sure. Could also be Morgoth's Ring or Peoples of Middle-earth, I don't think so. Either War of the Jewls or Morgoth's Ring. I think there was also a mention that he thought about putting a year in the First Age before the sun existed, so the years of the trees, to 144 years. So before sun and moon existed, obviously there can't be solar years. So 1 year was a Vailian year, and a Vailian year could have been, in some version it's 10 years, in some versions, or in one version it's 9.582 years, and in one version it's 144 years. As you see, like if it's 10 or 9.582, it's not too much of a difference, but from 10 to 144, it's 14.4 times as much. And as a result, the age, or the length of the age, is very difficult to put into perspective, if that makes sense. So let me just see. I have this beautiful thing here. So here, let me see. It's very complicated time. So let's discuss time for a moment. We have this very imprecise time scale that I also use in some of my videos. And you see here, y point, t point is the years of the trees. In case people wonder, there is also s point, a point. These are usually called, this is the time before the years of the trees, and it's the spring of Arda. Often called Years of the Lambs, though Years of the Lambs is not an official term Tolkien ever used. He called it Spring of Arda. I often call it Years of the Lambs too, because it's, in my opinion, more logical, or I just tell you the name and you have an idea, okay, when in the Years of the Trees, there are trees that are basically important and the light source of the world, then in the Years of the Lambs, there are lambs that are the light source of the world. It's pretty it explains itself, basically. And as a result, it's a very popular term. Some people don't like it. I noticed on Reddit recently. But yeah, it's just for correctness sake, it's called officially Spring of Arda. The time, and these years here in between are measured in Vailian years, because sun and moon did not exist. As we have y.s dot, and y.s dot is years of the sun, and this is when the sun was created. This was also part of the First Age. There are different versions when the First Age starts. If you just read the Silmarillion, you could get the impression, because most of what is written in the Silmarillion, not most, but a lot of it, plays here at the years of the sun. So you could get the impression that First Age is the years of the sun. There is one quote in the Silmarillion that brings it into relation to the creation of the two trees. So you could get the impression, okay, when the two trees are created, the First Age starts. However, there are texts that are unpublished or later published after Tolkien's death that indicate that the First Age starts with the awakening of the Elves. So that is when the First Age starts. There's a version where it also starts when the two trees are created, and then this version was basically corrected by Tolkien. He wrote a new version of it and basically put a big X on the other one or whatever, and it was a revision. And in the other version, he wrote, the First Age starts with the awakening of the Elves, something like this. You find this information in, I assume, War of the Jewls, the 10th History of Middle-earth book. Is it the 11th? I'm not sure. One of those. 12 is People of Middle-earth, I think. What's the order, chat? War of the Jewls, Morgoth's Ring, Peoples of Middle-earth, I think, right? Whatever. You know, you can find the books by the names anyway. So the problem now is that how long is a Vailian year? We don't know this for sure, and this is why this time scale is imprecise. If we go with what was published in the other book, this one here, in the Nature of Middle-earth book that came out last September, we notice that the idea of one Valian year being 144 solar years is very strong present in some of the texts published here. So it seems like there was more what Tolkien wanted to go for this. The reason why is he goes into some complicated, or not decent, wouldn't call them complicated calculations, but he tries basically to establish, okay, if an elf is one... Okay, I did it the wrong way. Then Morgoth's Ring is the 10th book, and the 11th book is War of the Jewls. Yeah, I wasn't too sure on it. But yeah, you're right. Yeah. Thank you for the correction. Where was I exactly? So he basically, like you calculate, I don't know, dog years, you also basically set them into relation of a year of a human life, basically, because humans get older than dogs, and so on. He did basically something similar with the elves, and his factor for the calculation was 144, and he also put it to be one Valian year in some of these calculations published in this books. And these are very late texts, so it seems this was his latest stance on the idea of time. There are some problems maybe with this timescale stuff, but it's complicated. So now back to the actual question that was asked like an hour ago, and now I'm talking about completely unrelated stuff. But as said, everything is, not everything, but most stuff is quite complicated. So what's the age difference between these? This is hard to answer because we don't know exactly. Like for Elrond, it's easy to answer, to be honest, because Elrond was born... when was Elrond born? He was born first age, years of the sun. Also didn't finish the sentence why this time scale is imprecise. It's imprecise because the Spring of Arda and the years of the tree part is much, much longer than the years of the sun part. But because I need more dates in the other thing, I had to portray it like this. Otherwise, it's complicated. Like, I often when I use dates, I mostly use years of the sun dates, so I need some space for them, if that makes sense. It's just, I think that's what makes it imprecise. However, Elrond was born first age 500, let me think, 30, 20, forgot I'm really bad with numbers. But somewhere here, very, very late, close to the second age already. So for Elrond, we don't have the problem, and we can probably give a very solid statement how old Elrond was, which is probably, yeah, as said, the easiest to answer. Probably, I don't know his date, so I have to look it up. Then I can maybe tell you how old he is at the time of Lord of the Rings. Several thousand years, of course, but let us see. Elrond was born first age 532. The source for this is War of the Jewls. I think it's not in Lord of the Rings mentioned how when he was born exactly, but in War of the Jewls, in one of the texts, it's 532. According to this here. So when the third age ends, he's 6,520 years, if this calculation on this page here is correct, old. So Elrond is, compared to Galadriel, relatively young. That also explains why he marries his Galadriel's daughter. So that makes kind of sense, if that works. In Carpenter asks, geht das wieder bis Mitternacht? Goes it to midnight? I don't know. It might go to midnight, so you can come back later. We are here for some hours, for sure. If enough questions are there. Okay, so Elrond is a pretty clear case. The problem now is if we look at the timescale for Galadriel. Galadriel was born before Sun and Moon were created, which happens here. So we have this unknown factor of years in the first age before the years of the Sun. So let's say, no, she was not born this... It was also pretty close, Galadriel's birth, in relative terms, close to the... Well, it's complicated, to be honest. That's really complicated. The elves, so years of the tree, so you can basically use the years of the tree to the creation of the years of the tree to form a date. I think the elves awoke 1050 1050, I think. Years of the tree, 1050. Galadriel's birth was 1300 something, 60 or so. So, I don't know where exactly my arrow might be off by a huge factor. And we also would want to ask at the beginning of the Second Age. We come to this in a moment, but let's just think. Yeah, 1362 is her birth date. So the years of the trees end with the year 1500. So I need my calculator to calculate this because I'm bad at math. So depending on the version now, she is here you see now the problem. Depending on the version for Galadriel's for these Valyrian years in her life, she is something between, let's say it's the lowest 9, which is 9.582, something like this, right? Oh, of course, I forgot to set the bracket. She is at the start of the Second Age. She could be then 1322 years old in the lowest version of these Valyrian years. In the highest, with 144 years, and here you see the problem with that. She's already 19,872 years old. So there's a difference between, I don't know, 18,000, 17,000 years in her age, depending on what version you use for that. And you see where this leads to. Like, this factor 144 for a Valyrian year is, like, massive. It's a really, really massive factor. And so that is pretty hard to say. But at the beginning of the Second Age, so year 1, if we go back to Elrond, he is, let me just double check. I think it's 90, right? Yeah, it's 590 when it ends. So minus 532 is 58. So at the end, there's, I think, a version where Elrond is a bit younger on the way he's older, but around about 58 years is Elrond's age at the beginning of the Second Age. Galadriel is either 1,300 something or 19,000 something, almost 20,000 years in comparison. And you also ask for Gil-galad, which I have no idea when he was born. It might be complicated because his parentage is very obscure, but there seems no. For Gil-galad, there is no exact date of birth, so it's pretty unknown when he was born. Like, if we look at Tolkien Gateway, it says years of the tree 9,450 and First Age, let's see, so years of the sun 455. So if in the last case he would be 80 years older than Elrond, so at the beginning of the Second Age it would be, oh boy, like I said, bad at math, right? 135 years, or if he would be born the other thing, it would be 100. No, it would be. Oh, I forgot with Galadriel's number. I made a mistake. We correct this in a moment. But she's 590 years older than I said. She's 1,300 something plus 590 years old at the beginning of the Second Age. So 1,800, round about 2,000 years. Correction. And the other dude is like, what did I just calculate? 50 times 144. He would be 7,200 years plus 590. So 7,790 years is the oldest. Like, it's really complicated to phrase this, even we have a lot of numbers. Or, what did I say? 9.582. Then he would be 1,078 years. So Gil-galad is definitely younger than Galadriel. He could be quite old. He could be quite young. It really depends on the version. It's really hard to say for him. because we don't know exactly when he's born. There's an event that is mentioned here. I don't know what the reasoning of this might be. No, I can't fully see the reasoning. In the year 1450, Fëanor finishes his Silmarils, and Melkor spreads lies among the Noldor. And yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. The Noldor start building armories and stuff. So maybe there's a mention of him, or he could. I guess it depends on if he's born, where he's born. Is he born in Beleriand, or is he born in Aman? In case people wonder. Beleriand, I can just leave the time scale. It's very complicated. So Beleriand is the old west coast of Middle-earth, and yeah, Aman is the west continent on the other side of the ocean. It depends on where he's born. It's really hard to say. So there's some discussion here in chat I already noticed, but I really had to focus here for a moment to get the numbers right. I hope that somewhat answers the question. So what is the age difference between them? Elrond is youngish. Elrond, though, in this case is like it's problematic. Like Elrond is around 60 years old when the second age starts. However, for Elrond, you have to consider several other factors. One factor for Elrond is that he is a half-elf. And half-elves seem to have a different aging scheme, if that makes sense. At some point he had to decide to be an elf. And then he would also basically develop at the rate as an elf. But usually an elf is just an adult when he's 1,000 years old or something around this. Well, it's probably even more, right? Yeah, it would be probably even more, but fully developed, I don't know, is around 1,000 years old, which is already pretty strange, to be honest. But there are certain factors that you can divide, and I forgot the exact numbers how to do this, but Elrond was already an adult before he was 1,000 years old. So in this rate, like, you could maybe consider and subtract the childhood of Galadriel, because Elrond went through his childhood part of his life much faster than Galadriel. So he was still younger than her for sure. But the age difference might not really reflect everything. But it's as said, it sounds like a very simple question that's easy to answer, but it's a really complicated matter if you consider all the text. But yeah, you already no problem. I hope this answers the question somewhat, if that makes sense. But yeah, from the order, Galadriel would be the oldest. She would be couple thousands of years old, like round about 2,000 years to 20,000 years, and Gil-galad would be what did I just say? Let's say round about 100 something year, which would be really young at the start. Makes little sense for him, so it's very highly, like, he's not a half elf. I would say it makes more sense if we consider at the end of the at the beginning of the second age, he is round about 1,000 years old. Roundabout. He could also be 7,000 years old already, but yeah, makes more sense if that adds to this. Okay, Bilbo Baggins asked a question that's always important. How did the elves handle death if they knew that their soul would be re-embodied in Valinor? Then were they ever sad at the death of somebody? It's a really hard question to answer as well. Let me just post it here in the question thing. As said, if you have questions and post it already, feel free to post it again. It's also a question I often ask myself. Oh, you already see it here. Yeah, Elves, maybe for those wondering, there are multiple versions of how this worked, but in the latest versions, I assume, of Tolkien, Elves re-embody. So if they were good in a sense, not did too many evil things, they would, for a while, always stay in the halls of Mandos, and then at some point, they would simply move over, get a new body, and basically, Manwe. We have a beautiful artwork by Kimberly80. By the way, this Galadriel artwork by Sara Morello that I just showed. We have one of Kimberly80, of course. Let me see if just have to do the production really quick and find it. Manwe has the authority. There he is. Manwe has the authority to basically form a new body, considering or seeing the spirit, the soul of an elf, and then the spirit can go into that body and is basically the elf is re-embodied. This has to do with an authority that he got from Eru. And that is why the elves can be back basically in Aman when after their death. There was also like an experiment that they would be reborn. Tolkien also thought about this concept, that elves simply reborn and go through childhood again, and through childhood would regain all their memories back. If I remember correctly, it's also all is written in Morgoth's ring. And as a result, you could ask, wouldn't they be set? I assume, like, there is an interesting passage in the Silmarillion, and that we can maybe read if I find it fast enough. It's about the death of Beor, and I find it's one of my favorite passages, even though I will probably take a moment to find it in the Silmarillion. And let me see if I find it quick. Quick might be a problem here. Nope. And there basically it is described how Beor dies, and the elves wondered about his death, and he basically went to sleep and he got old, and the elves it seems like had trouble to understand what was going on with Beor there, because that was something they didn't know, that somebody dies of old age. Of course I pressed the wrong button. Beor sadly appears 1,000 times. Maybe somebody can post a quote, that would help. Sadly don't remember how it's worded. No, I don't seem to find it. Yeah, Finrod is really an awesome character, that is true. Beor was also related to that. It's always the house of Beor, and by the advice of Beor gathered. Must be later, I can't find it. I just read the chapter, but I forgot forgetting it as well. Yeah, that's. I also I can't remember. Like, as always, you need to remember. like I have a digital copy and I can search it. Usually it helps if you know the exact phrasing of a sentence to find it, but I can't remember it. Here's the name of him being called a vassal. Yeah, I think vassal. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, to be honest. Beleriand, Baran, Beor, great friendship between those peoples. I think I found it. The years of the Edain were lengthened according to the reckoning of men, after the coming to Beleriand, but at last Beor the Old died when he had lived there and lived 93 years. Wait, let me just make this a bit bigger. 390 years. No, I lost the thing, of course. 390 years. 44 of which he had served King Felagund. And then he lay dead, of no wound or grief, but stricken by age. The Eldar saw for the first time the swift waning of the life of men, and the death of weariness which they knew not in themselves, and they grieved greatly for the loss of their friend, or friends. But Beor at the last had relinquished his life willingly and passed in peace. And the Eldar wondered much of the strange fate of men, for in all their lore there was no account of it, and its end was hidden from them. And it's a really interesting question for that, but I really find this quite interesting. This, of course, is different, because we definitely know that the elves also grieved here in this context. But they also did not understand what was happening there, and they did not understand the fate, the so-called, often called gift of man, which is death and like a life after death that just comes much later. And let me just see, we have a fantastic artwork of Ted Naismith, of course, that we could pull here, of Finrod finding Beor and his men and playing the harp near their camp. Pretty much we all know it, I guess. It's a pretty famous one, I would assume. Yeah, found it. Just curious if I also have one of Beor himself. But it's pretty cool thing. Oh, Kimberly drew him, that's interesting. But Beor the Old, this is Finrod playing the harp close to the camp, and then he basically makes first contact with men. And the elves didn't understand what was going on there with men and their strange fate, as it's here described by Tolkien. It's just pretty cool. The difference, though, is, of course, men they won't see again, because, as said, part of the gift of men is a fate beyond death that is different from all the others, and they are not re-embodied and come back like the elves do. Men are not bound to the world itself, to Arda, and that is different for the elves, though. And so it's hard to tell if they grieved. Of course, I would assume that elves for sure grieved when another elf died, for example, in battle. They probably grieved differently, because they knew at some point we will meet again, either when I return and sail to the west, or when I die, get slain in battle or something too, and are re-embodied as well. We will see again, we will meet again. It's not the end here, and there might be a different quality, but still it would be like death always means you are hurt, you are injured, and you are maybe suffering from your wounds or something. That always makes people in a way sad, and you also don't want that people you like are wounded or are injured, and that as a result, I would say they also grieve and don't like this state being slain. And I think it might be even somewhat a traumatic thing. It was not like, oh, I get slain, yeah, I'm back next week or something. It was not like that, so there was definitely also a quality, but it might have been different to the quality of men that in the regard when man gets a human, a man gets slain, we won't see him ever again. He is gone. His past now is completely separate from the past of the elf. This was here the case for Beor, and that is really interesting in my opinion. Temporary loss and pain are still bad, but the traumatic experience can stay with you. Exactly. Agree with that. And this is interesting. However, Finrod later says, I'm not sure if I want to dive too deep in this because it's definitely one of the most complex things that Tolkien has written. Probably also won't find it that fast. The Athrabes Finrod a Andres, or the dialogue between Finrod and Andres from Morgoth Ring. There, Finrod makes an interesting argument about the fate of the elves and how the elves might even be a bit jealous of the fate of men. I probably won't find it as fast because I don't know the wording. Maybe. But maybe I can summarize it to you. You definitely find it in this chapter. I think also multiple versions of it. But he basically argues that there is, like, men have, I think he argumented with kind of hope. For a moment I thought I would find it. But I don't find the being for men no hope. That is another matter of which it's really hard to just skip through this complex text really fast and find a really good quote from it. But basically what he says in this passage is that if Arda is destroyed, the elves are also destroyed. They are gone. There is like a limited. It seems like they are immortal, but they just live very long, and their life or their existence is tied to the existence of Arda, it seems. They don't know what happens exactly after that, if there will be like a great reunion at some point or something, but it seems as long as the world exists, the elves exist, and they have a very, very long time. But as soon as the world ends, as they are bound to the world itself, they end too, and their existence will end in some shape or form. They don't know what's coming, which is terrifying for the elves, that they knew at some point the world is end, and then I'm gone too. Which is different for men, because men know even if the world ends and Arda is no more or is reshaped or whatever, they know that they still have a fate they can be very hopeful for. This goes into some theologic direction for sure when you consider that Tolkien was Catholic and very devoted and so on. You can make some interpretations of this text. It's interesting. I also always want to cover this text at some point, but it's very scary to cover, which I assume is the reason why a lot of channels don't really cover it in a lot of detail, because you can make a lot of mistakes covering it because it's just very, very complex. Like, it's very fascinating, very philosophical, but also very consequent. Like the text, this dialogue between Finrod and Andres in this, which is this text is about, is also about the concept of death, for example, and some other metaphysical concepts, and difference, and also the past of men and how men got to this point where they are, and so on and so forth. It's really, really interesting. There's also the tale of Adarnell tied to that and so on. Just maybe read it yourself. There was also a follow-up question by Bilbo Baggins. I hope this answers the question somewhat. It's probably not the best answer, to be honest, but it's complex. So I would say were they ever sad at the death of a comrade? Definitely they were sad when men died. For their own deaths, they were potentially also sad and terrified of the loss of dying and getting killed and injured and so on. But it might have had a different quality among elves. Maybe. It's just my theory. Can't give you, I would have to do some research to do this. Then there was a follow-up question. Let me put it here on screen. As a follow-up, were all elves re-embodied, or only a select few? Would the rest linger in spirit in the halls of Mandos? There is the problem of, if you just revive all the elves, wouldn't Aman at some point be overpopulated? That of course can happen, but as we know, the time of the elves is also limited, especially the time they dwell in Middle-earth and so on, and they get only very few children and very seldom, so their population growth is probably not that exponential, at least in their later years when they're more established. And so that probably won't happen, I guess. But yes, not all elves get re-embodied, but I would assume most of them get re-embodied. There is, in some texts we find hints that, for example, a Finrod was re-embodied and reunited with, I think, what was her name? Amaria, I think, right? Let me just double check if I don't tell. Yes, right? Yeah. With Amaria, who was a Vanyar elf, and the Vanyar did not leave. One Vanyar left Aman to go with the Noldor elves back to Middle-earth. Maybe I can show you the map. Again, they wandered from here. No, their Tuna was actually, the hill where the city is upon. They wandered up here. Some went per boat, some of Helcaraxe, and went to Middle-earth. And the wife of Turgon died on this way, and she was also Vanya. Well, but she was the only one. The girlfriend, I would call her Amaria of Finrod, she was not permitted to go, if I remember correctly, and that is why she stayed in Aman. And so we can read in maybe also of the Jewls that in some time thing that they were, when it seems like he was re-embodied and they were reunited here in Aman. That there's definitely mention. There's another mention of another elf that's re-embodied. I forgot who it was though. But we don't know this exactly how many of them were, but for example the sons of Feanor were not re-embodied. Or Feanor. Not sure about all the sons. Quite interesting. Finrod, the best of the elves, definitely deserved a happy end. I agree on that. Yeah, of course, Glorfindel is probably also a good example. He also even came back to Middle-earth. You get slain there and then return. It's kind of crazy, I guess. Feanor is a special exception, but yeah, for sure. I would also say, in general, the elves came back. Yeah. Maybe I could show you an awesome artwork of Glorfindel. I usually use that one of Sara Morello, because it's always a good opportunity to give some shoutouts to the artists and look at some of their fantastic works. Classic Glorfindel. Pretty nice. It's also one that's used, I think, on Tolkien Gateway, but I don't have access to that. Don't have permission to use it. Well, when Feanor is re-embodied, the end of the world, probably. I wonder if some elves visited Numenor and told men about how they died in Beleriand and were now back to life. That's a good question. Not sure if there's a mention of that, but yeah, it might be possible. Remember your great-great-great-great-grandfather. We fought in Beleriand and I died, but now I'm back. It's quite possible because it depends on the source of the Silmarillion and what we know about these texts, who wrote them. Kind of difficult to tell, to be honest. Like, we know that Numenor collected a lot of text. One Silmaril as part of the Nauglamir, which was made for Finrod, yeah. Maybe boosted the Silmaril a bit. Can use the Ted Naismith one. I don't have a good picture of all three Silmarilli, so I always have to use the Nauglamir picture of Ted Naismith in my videos. Pretty awesome. But yeah, usually they also stayed in Valinor. I think Glorfindel was an exception because he was also empowered, and later, like, it's said that in some texts it said that the Maiar saw him as an equal, and so on. So then he just came back to help, basically, as one of the Istari. It's a very interesting. Like, I think in early times there was also discussion if Glorfindel from the Lord of the Rings is the same Glorfindel as from the Silmarillion, or from the Lore. They were identical, and Tolkien confirmed this in some text. Yeah, exactly. The Edain would have known. They also lived with the elves, I guess. Yeah, probably they talked about this too. I mean, we have the dialogue between Andres and Finrod, and it's also about this. So there was definitely discussions among even some of the higher elves, higher ranked people, if that makes sense. Like, Andres was a wise woman of some Edain house. But I hope, this answers the original question somewhat. There's a lot of text going on. So just have to skip a bit through what you people wrote a moment ago. Half an hour or so. How long am I streaming already? We're streaming an hour already? Oh boy. That's impressive. But yeah, time passes always so fast. Somebody has to go to dinner. Have a good one. Was 30 minutes ago though. So it's probably almost done again. But yeah, are there more questions? If not, we could maybe take again a brief moment and talk about good old Galadriel. Good old, wow. Galadriel. Like, I'm planning a video about her. And well, I have to finish the Elrond stuff first, but I recently stumbled upon some interesting discussions online, and I thought it's kind of strange, to be honest. And I looked a bit deeper into this, and found out that it's, as always, it's more complicated, or some people sometimes take also some shortcuts to make arguments, especially online. Who would have thought? But yeah, it's an interesting detail. Like, I read online that there is a version of Galadriel, like, it was related also about misconceptions, and there was, like, somebody wrote it was a misconception that Galadriel was not fighting in Eregion. Let me see if I have a good picture of that. Probably not. I think I have a... Did I make a screenshot of that? That's my main question. Sadly, I don't have really good pictures of Eregion, but there's one from Shadow of Mordor, which I might have used. Yeah, there are some. Well, this is the best I have in the dream sequence from Shadow of Mordor, and yeah, somebody claimed that there was a version where Galadriel stayed in Eregion, and then as a result must have fought there against Sauron when he attacked. Let me just get the screenshot stuff done. In the background as always. Like, my favorite Sauron picture of that time, I always use the one by Kimberly80. It's quite fascinating. This is also what inspired me, because I thought if there are not that many questions, we could briefly talk about this idea, because I found this quite interesting. Found it, finally. Let me just see. My headcanon, Glorfindel had a vision of Eowyn killing the Witch King, and that is why he kind of started the prophecy that the Witch King will not be killed by men. It's quite possible that he had some kind of vision or so. Hard to say what moved him to phrase it that way. I mean, he said it verbally, so it could have been misunderstood, because the pronunciation difference between Aman or men is pretty, to my knowledge, very similar, right? Yes, Mark, there is a version where Galadriel fought against... Probably I need a screenshot of Galadriel. I just removed it. There is a version where she fought against the Fëanorians in Alqualonde. Let me just see the screenshot. We have Alqualonde here. So there's, for people wondering, Tolkien had a big problem. Like, Galadriel was a relatively late addition to his lore. As a result, but she was quite important and a very cool character from Lord of the Rings, and as a result, he needed to intertwine her with his lore quite well, and he made somewhat work in the past, but he had big trouble, I guess. I'm not sure if it's trouble or so, but he had many different ideas for her during his lifetime for the Second Age and what he did, but also for the early lore, like this example here. So Alqualonde was the first kinslaying, where the men of the son of the first king of the Noldor Elves, Fëanor, needed these ships that you see here, and he the only elves that was on the continent Aman, of course, the only elves that had these ship, or had enough ships for the Noldor to sail over to Beleriand, were of course the Teleri elves in Aman, and they were known for their ships and their seafaring and so on. The Noldor for sure could maybe have built ships of their own, but it would have taken too long. He needed the ships now, and the Teleri would not give them, so he took them by force, and they started killing and murdering everyone, and that was the so-called first kinslaying. And then we can read that I think Finrod, at least the men of Finrod, arrived there and intervened, because they thought the Teleri would have attacked Fëanor. and so they participated in this, not knowing what the cause was, and so on. In the end, they stole the ships and got away. Of course, not all the Teleri were killed, and so on, but yeah, it was pretty brutal. In one version, though, when Tolkien started to make, I always call it, he buffed Galadriel, because he tried to make her more powerful, more significant in the lore. He puts her exactly at this... he puts her in this fight as well, but because the mother of Galadriel is the daughter of the king, Earwen. The king is Olwe. The mother of Galadriel is Earwen. So Galadriel is half Teleri, I want to say, and also half Noldor, though she's, in my opinion, always counted towards the Noldor. In this version, though, her husband Celeborn is also part of the Teler elf from Aman, and they fight together, and she defends the Teleri valiantly in this version. This is published in the Unfinished Tales. Let me just see. Maybe I can read the passage if I find it fast enough. But I hope it does not take as long as the last time. Just need to search for a moment. No. Didn't work. Children, Alqualonde. Heroically was, not valiantly. In Feanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. Indeed, she with Celeborn fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. Galadriel, departing now of Valinor, and horrified by the violence and cruelty of Feanor, set sail into the darkness without waiting for Manwë's leave, which would undoubtedly have been withheld in that hour. However, legitimate her desire in itself. So, it was thus that she came under the ban set upon all departure, and Valinor was shut against her return. Maybe I should also add this. So this is from the Unfinished Tales, History of Galadriel and Celeborn. In this version here it's page 232, but this is I think the bigger version. But yeah, in this version, Galadriel fights in this fight here and defends her mother's people, so to say. And Celeborn is there too. However, in what is published by Tolkien, and this makes this version difficult. I can't tell you from when this version is, though. It's potentially one of the from the 50s. In the 60s, though, Tolkien published something himself. One of the rare things that can that Tolkien published after The Lord of the Rings is like a book called The Road Goes Ever On. And in that book, let me see if I find... Of course, I used the wrong one, I think. I'm searching that. It's really hard to get one of those. I only have, like, let's say, not an official copy of that, but I have this passage here. And it's not a lore book. It's basically some songs that Tolkien poems Tolkien wrote made into songs. But there are some lore notices in this book, and we can read in this. She passed over the mountains of Eregion, interestingly spelled together, which is kind of unusual, with her husband Celeborn, and now one of the Sindar, and went to Eregion. So the mountains, the Blue Mountains here that I mentioned, and she passed over. So what this basically says is, in the early days, at some point she passed over these Blue Mountains, and then went to Eregion at some point. Some interpret this, she went directly there, and there was no stop, and you can make some arguments out of this, but the important part, in my opinion, is that it says one of the Sindar for Celeborn. The Sindar, though, were not in Alqualonde, which we see here on the screen, which is, as said, Alqualonde is, yeah, the arrow, wait, is here on the map. I have, like, a different version of this map. Alqualonde is then here. Like, if you zoom in, here's the Bay of Eldamar, there's the island in front of that. Alqualonde is, yeah, this little dot here. I hope you can see it, in case people wonder where that is. And here on the hill Tuna, there is, what's the name? Always, sometimes my name memory is just so bad. Tirion. The city of Tirion is there. On my mind, I always came to Tolsirion, but I knew Tolsirion is something else. Tirion. That is the city of the Vanyar. The Vanyar later leave, and then only the Vanyar and the Noldor, and the Vanyar leave at some point and live at this high mountain here, close to Manwë. But yeah. But this kinslaying was here in Alqualonde, in case people wonder where that is. That is what this picture here shows. And it's kind of interesting in that regard, that Tolkien changes this in this. However, in the later version, it is implied that Celeborn is one of the Sindar. And also, I think in The Lord of the Rings, there must be somewhere a mention of Celeborn, but don't ask me if I find it. Yeah, here we find it. In Lord of the Rings, it says in Appendix B, in Lindon, south of the Lune, dwelt for a time Celeborn, kinsman of Thingol. His wife was Galadriel, greatest elven woman, I would add, ever. But, yeah. So, here in Lord of the Rings, he's also of Thingol. Thingol was, we also have a picture of Thingol somewhere. Was the first king of the Sindar Elves, and the Sindar Elves stayed in Middle-earth. They did not go to Aman. They were never in Aman. Thingol, though, was an exception. He was one time in Aman, but for the sake of phrasing this more uncomplicated, he was the first Sindar king, and he was an ambassador. He went to Aman and returned, but the usual Sindar were not in Aman, and that would have been the same for Celeborn. He was not in Aman if he was a Sindar, but here in this other version, it is mentioned that he fought here in Aman, so he can't be a Sindar anymore. He has to be a Teler elf, and that makes it difficult, because the story I just read is from Lord of the Rings, which is basically, in my opinion, at least here on this channel, I treat it as the most canon book that we have. And Road Goes Ever On was also published by Tolkien himself during his lifetime, so it's also kind of canon, in my opinion, and what is written in there. And as a result, this version doesn't really work, though I kind of like it. And Tolkien tried really to remove Galadriel from all of this, kind of. But yeah, there's this version. But yeah, I wanted to talk about actually Galadriel and her staying in there, and what evidence is for that. Maybe that is interesting for some people. So as said, how we got to this point, some people argued that there is a version of Galadriel where she not stays in Middle-earth, but she stays in Eregion in Middle-earth. She is, of course, in Middle-earth, but she stays in Eregion. Eregion, if we look at the map, let's take the Second Age map here. Eregion is here. Ost-Inithil would be probably here where the arrow is now. That's the capital of Eregion. Like this whole, let's call it triangle here, east of the Bruinen, of the river there, that is where Eregion is spelled on the map. That's the whole realm of Eregion, and the capital might have been there. I had trouble during my research finding out where Ost-Inithil is exactly. We know there is a road from following the river here, from Khazad-dûm down to some point. So a lot of people assume it's roundabout here, but it's not 100% sure where exactly, but roundabout. I think it's not on Tolkien's maps. As a result, it's hard to tell where it is exactly. However, Eregion is on the map, and it's definitely here. There is no doubt about this, and she was maybe a key figure of foundation of Eregion. However, in the books that were published, except for one, and that is The Road Goes Ever On, but in The Lord of the Rings, it's never mentioned that she goes to Eregion. The Lord of the Rings, if we talk about Eregion, we can read the following in Appendix B. Later some of the Noldor went to Eregion upon the west of the Misty Mountains, and near to the west gate of Moria. This they did because they learned of Mithril had been discovered in Moria. The Noldor were great craftsmen and less unfriendly to the dwarves than the Sindar, but the friendship that grew up between the people of Durin and the elven smiths of Eregion was the closest that there has ever been between the two races. Celebrimbor was lord of Eregion and the greatest of their craftsmen. He was descendant from Feanor. Interestingly, I also learned this recently. The addition that he was descendant to Feanor was added. Tolkien added this to the text 1966. So in the first, if you have a very old published version from the original release of The Lord of the Rings, you might in Appendix B not find this. Like, I think in the original version it was published with the with Return of the King. And there was an all-in-one version later, I think in 61 or so. In 66 there was a second edition of The Lord of the Rings, and to my knowledge, maybe I can read it to you. Just have to get the book. Wait, can I do this without the book? And I think I have it. Or I have it here lying, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a very interesting detail. Exactly, the Gwais y Myrdain is the ringsmith clan called, if you want. Let me see if I find it really quick. Might take a moment though. Very short note. Yeah. Oh. What happened there? So yeah, this it says this sentence in the, if you check, for example, the Lord of the Rings: A Reader's Companion, you find the hint. Celebrimbor was Lord of Eregion, and the greatest of their craftsmen was descended from Feanor. This sentence was added in the second edition, 1965, not 66. I think I said 65. So Tolkien added this idea to Lord of the Rings 1965. That's a very important detail to keep in mind, because let me just see. Two years later, though, in 1967, Tolkien published The Road Goes Ever On. So this one is a bit older, but it seems like, yeah, I don't know. in the Lord of the Rings, the point is basically that Galadriel never really went to Eregion in Lord of the Rings. It's not mentioned here. It only says, as read, some of the Noldor went there. Galadriel is some of the Noldor, but considering how important and big her name is, it's unusual that she's not even mentioned in the context of Eregion in the Lord of the Rings. Only the Road Goes Ever On basically ties her to it by, as I just read, where was it? She, Galadriel, passed over the mountains of the Blue Mountains with her husband Celeborn, one of the Cinder, and went to Eregion. So that's basically the biggest canon indicator that Galadriel must have been in Eregion at some point. Just for the people curious. However, did she stay in Eregion when Sauron attacked? So Sauron at some point said, I have enough of that. I go here and take the rings back from the elves in Eregion. They don't fall for my one ring trick. I don't like them anymore. And he went there with a huge army and attacked and destroyed Eregion. The question is, did Galadriel stay there? There are multiple versions of that. And now we come to the actual topic I wanted to talk about, which of course is always complicated. But yeah, so somebody said there is like a version from the also from the late 60s, where Tolkien, let me just see if I find a date here somewhere mentioned. Don't see one, to be honest, but not that important anyway. Somebody said that there is a version where she stays in Eregion and fights there. Somebody stated this online. I found this very interesting, so I looked into this complicated topic a bit, and as a result, I found out where this might have been. The source for this is a book that is, is it a book? Well, you could call it a book. That is relatively unknown to a lot of people because it's also relatively hard to get these days. And it's a so-called Parma Eldalamberon. And there is the issue number 17. So the idea behind the Parma Eldalamberon is basically Tolkien's writing systems and languages and so on. And some of Tolkien's writings and notes are published in this Parma Eldalamberon. There's also the Vineyard Tengwa, which you can, by the way, if you are interested in this stuff, you can buy it quite easy because there are issues to books you can buy with everything collected in them for at least a decent price, considering how much. There's a lot of pages you can get. It's easy. The Parma Eldalamberon you have to order over some strange website, I think, somewhere. However, it's very special interest, but it also has like Tolkien stuff. And you find in a section called Words, Phrases, and Passages some notes of Tolkien about certain aspects here and there. And it seems like there is a version of this where Galadriel stays in Eregion and fights there. However, when I looked into this, it turned out that it's not a version. Like, if somebody says, yeah, Tolkien wrote a version of something, I expect an essay. I expect a text that basically talks about Eregion and all the details, what happens there, and some interesting thoughts, like we find in the Unfinished Tales, where we find actual essays, texts that try to explain the lore of Galadriel and Celeborn at this time of the Second Age in context of Eregion. However, here in the Parma Eldalamberon, that is not really the case. There you basically find Tolkien thoughts about some names. So let me just read the beginning of the word. Like, Tolkien had notes about the word Lothlorien in it, and talks a bit about what it could mean in this Parma Eldalamberon text here. On page 48 of issue 17, we find Lothlorien, name of uncertain origin. Lorien was the name of the gardens and dwelling place of the Vala Irmu, Vala of desire in Elvish sense, and master of dreams and visions. This would very well fit the land of Galadriel, where a desirable and might be or might have been situation was maintained. So Galadriel, who came from Valinor and whose native language was Quenya, may have interpreted. And this is more or less how Treebeard took it. And he makes like some references to it, and it says where he renders Lothlorien by Dreamflower. But it may be noted that Los is Sindarin for flower, but Lorien, in a sense of dreaming, cannot be Sindarin. Noted, although Lothlorien was famous for its golden flowers and by the Rohirrim called golden wood, as well as how is this pronounced? Drimordene, something like Drimordene, something like this. Veil of Phantoms, also by Legolas. I think the first book, page 352. That Treebeard says it was earlier called Laurelin Dorinan, Valley of Singing Gold. Also, it existed long before Galadriel's coming there. It was now we come to the lore stuff. It was originally ruled by Nandorin princes, and Galadriel and Celeborn only retreated thither after the downfall of Eregion. And this is basically one of the few text quotes. Like, I just read you basically the whole section here. It was originally ruled by Nandorin princes, which we know. For example, we have... Well, it's not Nandorin because we have Amdir in one version, which is not... He's a Sindar elf, not a Nandorin. But it seems like there were... Like, if you have three clans of the elves, you have the Vanya, the Noldor, and the Teleri, and the Teleri split in multiple branches, basically. That is, by the way, Lothlorien is here, in case people wonder. Two branches. And the Teleri elves, there were, like, all the elf clans went to Aman and started, not all of them, but most of them, started a big journey. And on their way, one part of the Teleri elves around, let's say, here where the arrow now is, around Lothlorien maybe, at least east of the Misty Mountains said, we like it here, we just stay and don't complete the journey. And then the rest moved on and they stayed here. And this clan is a sub-clan of the Teleri called the Nandorin. And it seems like they had princes there that ruled over this place here in Lorien, which is relatively interesting in this context. However, as you see, the complete text has nothing really to do with Eregion and what happened there, and the law of Eregion, and what happened in the Second Age, and so on. It's only about the name Lothlorien and how it developed over time, and then there's like a half sentence that says, it was ruled originally by Nandorin princes, and Galadriel and Celeborn only retreated here after the downfall of Eregion. So, what this person now did was take the sentence after downfall of Eregion out of this huge complex text that is not about Eregion and said, yeah, that means they stayed in Eregion and only went there after it was destroyed by Sauron. So when they go there after it is destroyed by Sauron, she must have stayed in Eregion for all the time. And all the other versions, the complete essays that are actual versions, are basically rendered void. And this is the newest, this is a version from the 60s, so this is the most canon version we have, and that is why it's canon that Galadriel stays in Eregion. I think that is my opinion. You can definitely interpret it like this. It is not wrong, but saying that all the other people are wrong is, in my opinion, a bit too much for literally 4 words that in this text that only have to do with Eregion. Like, because in the other versions, to just expand a bit on this here, in the other versions, Galadriel leaves for Eregion, leaves for Lothlorien, or wherever she, I think in most versions she goes through Moria to Lothlorien during the attack or before Eregion is even attacked. So it can't be that she goes there after the downfall of Eregion. However, this might be just Tolkien in a half sentence mentioned this and being a bit sloppy here. Like, that is at least my my argument here that he might have said, yeah, after the whole Eregion incident, we know that she is in Lothlorien. It is probably not meant as a statement as, oh, by the way, all these long essays, which I wrote 5 different versions of that go over 100 pages or so, are wrong. I decided now she fought in Eregion and stayed there. I think that is really a big stretch when you do this. There's a second sentence in this text, interestingly. I hope I find it fast. And there's another entry of Sindarin in this text. Also, it's on page 127, issue 17. And here there's a similar case, basically. And it's about Sindarin. It starts, Sindarin, Grey Elven, is probably the name of the language of the elvish inhabitants of Beleriand that later almost drowned the later almost drowned land west of the Blue Mountains. Quenya was the language of the exiled High Elves returning to Middle-earth. And so he just continues and explains what Sindarin is in this text. And then at some point, at the very end, we find like a little thing. And here it is written that this is an excerpt of a draft of a letter he wanted to send to a reader for some question. And he writes, the language of Lorien, though Frodo found it hard to understand, was actually, except in a few names of persons and places, simply Sindarin of Beleriand. So, brought in by Galadriel and Celeborn. So, what he tries to explain here in this section is that the reason why Frodo had some trouble understanding some of the Elvish words in Lorien or Lothlorien was because Galadriel brought some of the ancient words from the first age of Beleriand there, and over time the language developed further, and that is why it seemed very unusual for Frodo. That's what he wants to say. However, if we read further, so let me read again. Personal places simply Beleriand brought in by Galadriel and Celeborn and their followers, who after the destruction of Eregion passed through Moria and established their realm on the east side of and here the text stops. So here we have again basically the sentence, who after the destruction of Eregion passed through Moria. This of course implies that they could have been in Eregion during the destruction, because they went through Moria to Lothlorien after the destruction, if that makes sense. However, if we see the older versions, it is like that Celeborn, here Galadriel and Celeborn are meant, or explicitly, state that Galadriel left before Eregion was attacked and went to Lothlorien. Celeborn stayed on the other side because he did not want to go through Moria. That is in the Unfinished Tales version what happens here. So he stays here, and interestingly, he also fights when Sauron attacks. That's also something we find in one version of the Unfinished Tales stuff. And then he has to, he fuses with the forces of Elrond, who who come from Lindon, Mislon. Gil-galad sent him there, and then both have to retreat, and they almost get killed, but the dwarves of Moria, maybe with the help of the elves of Lothlorien, attack Sauron's rear, and so Elrond and Celeborn can escape, and Elrond founds Imladris, or Rivendell here, as a stronghold and point of retreat after being almost killed by Sauron's forces. So that is basically the story, and I think you can make both versions work in of itself, because you could argue, yeah, Galadriel left early, but Celeborn went to Lothlorien definitely, and also in the old versions after the destruction of Eregion, and not before or during. But for Galadriel it's different, and the reason why it's different for Galadriel is because before Sauron attacks Celebrimbor, the guy who created these 3 elven rings of power. Maybe I have an artwork for him. Get a bit sloppy here, I guess. Let me think. We have one of Jenny Dolphin, which I could show here. Also, pretty fantastic artist from Germany. Just also to give me a break and drink something really quick. So he created the 3 elven rings of power, Narya, Vilya, and Nenya, and gave one to Galadriel, and he also held council with Galadriel. It would be, and basically the Gwais Imirdain, the ringsmith of Eregion, in this version pushed Galadriel out of this place, and she went to the other side here, to Lothlorien, and then he sent a ring to her. And this is, in my opinion, a very, very important detail why this version here, or if you interpret this, these really, we're talking about 8 words in, or let's say it's 10 words or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the other was 4 words, so we have 13 words. Let's say, yeah, it's 2 sentences, basically. That might be interpreted in a way that they state in Eregion, but however, we have to consider that the Elven Rings of Power, and I have luckily still the picture here from the, oh, there's a mistake though. It's not from the first Hobbit film, but it's from the first Lord of the Rings film. These rings were gifted, like Celebrimbor wanted to bring those rings out of the range of Sauron if he would attack. So he gifted 1 or 2 to Gil-galad in Lindon, that was here with Mislond or the Grey Havens, being probably one of the more well-known places of this, and he resided there, it seems. And so 2 rings went there, and it would make no sense for Galadriel to stay in Eregion when Sauron attacks, because the idea or the intention of Celebrimbor was to hide the ring, like the last ring, which is Nenya, and he gave it to Galadriel. It makes much more sense that Galadriel lives at least relatively far away from Eregion, for example in Lothlorien or wherever, because then, should Sauron win, he would not get the ring. You know what I mean? Like, his idea was to counsel with Galadriel, say, what shall we do? I should maybe hide the rings. Okay, I give 2 to Gil-galad, I give 1 to Galadriel, and then when I return to Eregion, and when he attacks there, he at least won't get the 3 rings, I won't tell him where they are. He didn't do this either. Like, it happened like this. He was killed by Sauron, but he did not reveal where the 3 rings of power were, though Sauron probably could have guessed. And these were probably the biggest elven realms, sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Again, biggest elven realms at this time. Like, it was Lindon and Lothlorien, and maybe also wherever they were, the people of Thranduil at this time, the Second Age. Hard to tell where they were exactly, it's really hard to reconstruct. But these were the places where he could have sent the rings, and he knew Galadriel was powerful, and probably not in this place, not in Eregion. That is why I think that this version makes no sense. Even if Tolkien said it here, it might be just a very, like, sloppy saying, yeah, when the Eregion stuff was done and was destroyed, they lived in Lothlorien. That was basically his point that he wanted to make. I don't think he really wanted to express here, oh, by the way, I wrote a new version where Galadriel also stayed in Eregion and fought. And this is basically, the argument that was used here online. I don't want to call out the name or so. I find it very impressive that people dig so deep into the texts and try to find interesting ideas of Tolkien and interpret things, but like if you call everything else wrong and say that is nonsense, if people say that Galadriel went to Lothlorien before Eregion's destruction and did not fight there, then you are I think it's a very thin argument in my opinion, if you know what I mean. So now I talked for like half an hour about this particular topic, about Galadriel, but what are your opinions on this particular thing? I also noticed there were some questions in chat, but yeah, I was just really absorbed in this argument for a moment, but I don't know. Very curious what chat is even thinking about my rambling here. But yeah, this was pretty deep into the lore, and kind of interesting. Was everyone's better than Fëanor? But yeah, it's a fascinating little detail. But I don't think that there is no, in my opinion, at least no version I otherwise found of where a text mentions that Galadriel was there. I definitely think you can definitely interpret it this way, and it's totally fine. But it's not a fact. It's still an interpretation of these small half sentences hidden in the Parma Eldalamberon issue number 17. One could argue there's, I think, one more thing in the in another book, that's the History of Middle-earth book, where it's also like a wording like this, where they passed through Moria and so on after the fall of Eregion. But yeah, I think it's just a very loose thing here. Yeah, Snow Warning says, I like the idea that Galadriel lived in Lorien for a long time before coming to rule it alongside Celeborn when the last king of Lorien left around 3rd Age 2000. Yeah, it's difficult to say because we have this whole Amros thing, which is also complicated, and a lot of versions exist of that. And as a result, it's really difficult to tell. I mean, Amros is, to my knowledge, mentioned in Appendix B, right? We could double check. I think he is. Amros Des at least is, yeah. Many of the Sylvan Elves of Lorien flee. Amros and Nimrodel are lost. This is probably a bit tied together. Kind of. So it makes sense that Amros, this was 1981, the 3rd Age. And in one version, Amros is the son of Galadriel, but in other versions he's not. And you see how complicated this is. This is really a messy section in Tolkien's lore. Very fascinating to study, but I think in the last video I said something like, it's impossible to reconstruct, like, or to make a definitive statement about this time in the 3rd Age, because there are so many contradicting versions of this exist, and so many ideas of Tolkien were there, that it's really difficult to say what happens. I personally also think that what fits best to what we know and what makes most sense, in my opinion, is definitely also, as Snow Warning said, that she simply left before Eregion, or around when Eregion was attacked, or before, whenever, but she left at some point before Eregion was completely destroyed, and she probably before, and Celebrimbor gave her the ring, maybe on the way, or he came to her new place basically and gifted the ring to her there. I don't know, but something like this. Everything else makes very little sense. So I also was like pinged a few times or so. Like, I know Bilbo had some questions and so on, and some other people too. Try to arrange a collab with Treebeard sometime. He could help us out with our floor question. That's true. He could definitely help. Suchan also had a question a while ago. Let me just check. Let me see. Where is my thing here? Question. So yeah, he asks, if I remember well, Galadriel went from Eregion through Moria, but Celeborn didn't go with her because he disliked dwarves. I wonder if this indicates the mother of martial discord at this time. So yeah, it's you remember correctly. Oh, I forgot to show the question here. You remember correctly. In the Unfinished Tales versions, she goes through Moria, and even in the texts from the Parma Eldalamberon I just read, we also can read who, after the destruction of Eregion, passed through Moria and established the realm. But and here it's also mentioned that not only Galadriel passed through, but also her followers. What is going on with if Celeborn went through Moria or not is a difficult to answer question. Also, I think Rosie Gemchi asked why Celeborn is so boring in comparison to Galadriel. I assume it's kind of cool that it is that way, because often like you have a powerful king and then in the text it's basically and he has a wife too and she's kind of beautiful or something, but you learn nothing about this. I like that. In this case, it's a little bit the other way around, where Galadriel is the main person, and yeah, there's also her husband Celeborn, and he does, of course, also some awesome stuff in the lore, but it's a bit, how to say, he's a bit out of it, if that makes sense. But yeah, if this is basically the stuff of the root of this time. It's hard to say. I would say because Celeborn is we just figured out, according to the road goes ever on, and what is indicated in Appendix B in the Lord of the Rings, he is a Sindar elf, and I don't have the picture of Thingol anymore, right? No. Thingol was slain by the dwarves, and we have this very old conflict between elves. And Lord of the Rings even pushes it much further with this, saying that he's a kinsman of Thingol, so he is maybe related to him in some way. And when Celeborn is related to Thingol and he is slain by the dwarves, you can definitely see how like the Sindar and the dwarves had definitely a very troubled relationship, which was different for the Noldor, as just read a while ago. But definitely, I think if you are a kinsman, and I don't know, he was his uncle, I don't know what. Let's just pretend. An uncle doesn't make sense. Yeah, he had brothers. I think in one version he has like Olwe and Elmo, and in one version he's like a relative of Elmo, so I'm not sure how they are related. Let's say he's his uncle, great uncle, whatever. It's not too important. But he's family, and yeah, some of my ancestors just got murdered by these guys for no apparent reason. Then you are extra angry, and Tolkien uses this to explain definitely this conflict, and of course, him not wanting to go through Moria definitely shows this, that he definitely dislikes the dwarves enough that he don't want to have anything to do with it. It was not enough to prevent Galadriel from going to Eregion, which had a good relationship with the dwarves, but he never, I guess himself, never really wanted to have something to do with the dwarves. So yeah, I would say definitely there's that. Did Galadriel kill people during the kinslaying? We briefly talked about this a moment ago, but just because it's an interesting question. It is not explicitly stated that Galadriel killed people during the kinslaying, because like the version I just read, let me just see if I have it again. We can, like in one version, Galadriel fights in the kinslaying against the Fëanorians on the side of the Teleri, who are attacked by the by the Noldor of Feanor and in part also Finrod. It says, let me see if I find the thing here, Acolonda against the assault. In Feanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. So she did not take part in Feanor's attack of the Teleri Elves. Indeed, she with Celeborn fought heroically in defense of Alqualonda against the assault of the Noldor, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. Here we have again the problem that Celeborn is not a Sindar elf, which is probably the most canon version, but in this version, in the only version where we know that she was there while the kingslaying was happening, she was fighting for those who were attacked, who were the victims of the kingslaying. So if she killed somebody, she maybe killed a Noldor, but it's not said in any way. It's just said that she fought heroically. That's all we know, and only in defense against the assault. So of course it could be that she killed somebody there. It is really really hard to say though if she did. She was not known as a healer, and we know, like, there is a statement in the in Morgoth's ring about the dealing of death and healers, and about the Nessie, the females, the elven females. Let me just see if I find it really quick. I hope it's worded like this. Yeah, I think I found it. Yeah, and the Eldar deemed that the dealing of death, even when lawful or under necessity, diminished the power of healing and the virtue of the Nissi, that are the female, is it Nessie? I think Nissi, that are the female elves. In this matter was due rather to their abstaining from hunting or war than any special power that went with their womanhood. So the reason why healers, what Tolkien wants to say is that why females are among the elves are also often healers, even though we don't have really named examples. And the biggest healer we know is Elrond. The biggest known name is Elrond, and he was a man, not a woman. But he says basically it was not that there was a special ability of the females. They just didn't go to war and hunt, and this did not diminish their healing power, it seems. And here we, in the following sentence, we can also read, indeed, in dire straits or desperate defense, which might hint at Galadriel. I'm not sure when the text was written though. The Nissi, so the elven females, fought valiantly, and there was less difference in strength and speed between elven men and elven women that had not borne child than is seen among mortals. So elven females were potentially not weaker than elven men. It's said that there was no difference. It's worded, and there was less difference in strength and speed. So they were closer to each other comparison. And only before they had children though, which is an interesting topic, because in the Second Age, Galadriel at this point of Eregion was already a mother. The birth date of her daughter Celebrian is Second Age 300. Eregion was founded Second Age 750. So her daughter was already round about 450 years old when Eregion was founded. And I think in one version, Celebrian is born 280 or so, but round about the year 300, which is quite interesting. It's hard to tell where she was born though. But I hope this answers the question to somewhat. It is possible she could have killed, because at the time of the first kinslaying, which I don't have the screenshot anymore, right? No. Galadriel had... let me just see if I find it really quick. Galadriel had not a child yet, so for sure she could have fought as well as the men there. And Galadriel was also known as Nerwin, the Man Maiden, and she was not behind in physical traits compared to elven men. So, and she was very tall and strong and had a strong will and was also very wise. Like, Tolkien buffed her later quite a lot in these texts, and it's quite interesting. But yeah, It's hard to say if she killed during the kinslaying. Maybe, it's definitely possible, depending on what version you consider. I assume in the other versions, Galadriel is simply not there at the kinslaying, which you could say are the more canon versions as a result. So the answer goes both ways. If you think she was in Alqualonde and fought there, yes, she might have killed somebody. If you don't think, no, that's not my headcanon version or the version I like most, then I would say no, then she probably didn't kill anyone because she was not there. So there are these possibilities. A lot of talking here. But I hope this answers the question. It's always these questions. Yeah, it could be like this or that. Elrond heals and fights too. That's a good point. But I think when Elrond is mentioned as healer, I would say that is after he fights, if that makes sense. Like after the War of the Last Alliance, Elrond is far less active as a fighter, I think. Yeah, that's an interesting topic. We will discuss this a bit in the Who is Elrond video when all parts are completed in the Third Age. For example, there are multiple changes to the version where Elrond fights in the Third Age, so he doesn't have to fight anymore. So maybe Tolkien had this in mind. It's just my theory. For example, there is the War of Angmar, and in one version, there's like a very small side note that not Elrond goes there, but he sends Glorfindel at this point already to go to the War of Angmar, and we know Glorfindel is there and not Elrond. But there's also an early version where Elrond is actually there, which changes. Then we have when his wife gets captured by orcs, and in one version Elrond rides out and gets her back, and then in one version he sends his sons to get her back. So it is possible that Elrond as healer then tried to not kill as much and let others do the killing, if that makes sense. Yes, there was also a question, can you talk about the lembas, which is the elven bread? Whey bread is a translation of lembas, if I remember correctly, or is it just bread? It might be just bread, right? But it's often called whey bread, if I'm not mistaken. But it definitely means bread. Journey bread, it seems, in Old Sindarin. Len und was? Okay. Often called whey bread. But yeah, whatever. And Snow Warning gives basically the correct answer already. I'm not a huge... I never did a video on lembas, so my knowledge on that is very limited, I have to say. But I know in the history of the Nature of Middle-earth book, there is like a section about it, but there's not much about Galadriel in it. We know, though, as he said, that only certain elves were basically advised to make it. It was like a special corn that was used. Melian in the Silmarillion, I think, teaches Galadriel about it. Melian is the wife of Thingol, which I probably don't have here anymore. Nope. And yeah, it was it's pretty much all I know out of my head, to be honest. Yeah, there's some. I think also Geek Zone has a video about it that's pretty good. Yeah, exactly. It's also tied to Yavanna. I think I read this too. I like the idea. Yeah, it's of course cooler if Elrond goes, but there might be a reason why he doesn't. In the Lord of the Rings, though, it's not stated who goes and rescues. Is it? Maybe it is. I can't remember the exact quote, sadly. No, it is mentioned. She was pursued and rescued by Eladan and Elrohir in the Lord of the Rings, but not before she had suffered a torment and had received a poisoned wound. That's what it says in Appendix A. So, yeah. I'm going to have to make a video about Lembas myself soon on that exact point. Yeah, that's a good say. So, in case people wonder, Canadian Fantasy Corner also has a YouTube channel. Check them out if you also want some more lore stuff. But never forget to also check my channel. While cooking and other food-related crafts are more popular among males. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of details like this here and there. Also, Mark says, Celebrimbor coming around before the end, giving the rings to better people for protection makes him 1,000,000 times better than his grandfather, Feanor. Yeah. Just jump back a thing I just was scrolling up a bit. Agree on that. Thanks for the plug. I can vouch it. Your channel is up there as one of the best out there on Tolkien. Basta leckerli. Interesting. Oh, that stuff. I can see why. Yeah, I know it. I didn't know it was called like that. Also, Sujana answered your question because that was also among the questions I just answered. To your satisfaction, at least. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, my throat gets very dry. I have a big cup of water here. My Lord of the Rings cup. And I sometimes have to drink, but yeah, after talking for 3 hours, especially if I have like a long explanation and just can't stop talking, yeah, it gets really dry. Kind of. Also, after a stream, I also just want to shut up for a moment and not talk anymore because it's really exhausting. A lot of talking was going on. But with time, you get used to it, I guess, kind of. I also have to admit I did voice recording today as well. So there was a lot of talking today. Still have to continue tomorrow. I hope I get a bit more done than today. And then Sunday might be a new video available, but no promise. Maybe it will be Monday, though. I assume it will be Monday. Do take care. Yeah, I do. Don't worry. But yeah, these long streams are, of course, powerful. I hope there are, maybe people have some more questions or so. I'm also not sure if the Galadriel section was about the potential her being in Eregion while it was attacked and fighting there or not was interesting to people or so. I definitely don't want to say that, as said, if you interpret it this way, that it's completely wrong and you can't see it like this. Don't understand it in this direction, but keep in mind that it's not clear and you could see this differently. Thanks for your answer. I was wondering whether Galadriel and Celeborn had a fight about going through Moria, but you mostly answered it before Galadriel had to take care of the ring. Yeah. Oh yeah, I also just noticed Amanda's question. What happened to Gollum's soul after he died? That's a really good question, to be honest. So let me just update the question thing here. What happened to Gollum's soul after he died? It's a good question because it goes pretty much into the direction of redemption. Like, did Gollum redeem himself or not? I guess at the end he kind of did not, because we know he broke his promise, his oath to Frodo, and stole the ring, took it for himself, and then the consequence happened, and Eru made him slip, and he fell into the fell to his death and into the fire of Mount Doom with the ring, and then it got destroyed. And in this way, he fulfilled kind of his purpose and what he has signed up for, I guess, because as said in Lord of the Rings, he makes a promise in the book to Frodo, and if he should break the promise, he should fall into the fire. And that is exactly what he got at the end. So you could argue that was kind of evil by him betraying, but can you make... I guess that's a cool thing about Gollum, I think. He is a character that is very strange in this way, that is very evil in a way, but you also feel kind of sorry for him. That's... I think why that's such an interesting and cool character, in my opinion, because you always think, okay, he's so evil and so clever and does so many evil things, but he always has the problem that he had the ring for such a long time, and it was good for him having the ring, not for him, but for the world. It was good for him having the ring because so Sauron could not find it, and Saruman couldn't find it either. The world would have been very different in a way, and yeah, you could say it was the ring's fault that he did this, but he was, I don't know, very fast on killing his friend too. He was not in possession very long of this ring, and so on. So it's really hard to say. When he got the ring, he did a lot of mean things too, and got kicked out by his grandmother. And that is, of course, a very... unfortunate turn of events, if you think about it, that pushed him further into this darkness, and then at some point, maybe he even recovered a bit from that, and he then fell back. It's such a weird creature, such a ambivalent creature that has just two sides, and I like how it's portrayed in the Peter Jackson film. Andy Serkis does an excellent job that I guess definitely wrote film history in my opinion, and it's pretty cool. So if what happens to his soul, it's really, really hard to say. So he is counted towards men as a hobbit. Of course, hobbits are not 100% men, just half men basically, halflings, but in a way they are also bound to the gift of men, and as a result, there is a fate for Gollum beyond his death that nobody knows. It could be that he's maybe also basically trapped in the halls of Mandos, because we know Beren was also there, it seems, as a result. one could assume that men also briefly go at least through the halls of Mandos and then go somewhere else nobody knows. Their souls, basically. And what happened then there to Gollum, I really don't know. Like, he fulfilled his purpose, but he also broke his promise. That never ends well, so I feel... I don't know. I think if we go through Gollum's life, he made a lot of mistakes and a lot of stuff. He was also a bit unlucky finding such an evil device and using it and being so influenced by it. But if we compare this to, for example, Frodo and Bilbo, it takes such a long time. Like, Bilbo even managed to pass on the ring to somebody else, which is like absolutely unheard of, which shows how powerful Bilbo is in a way. Frodo manages at least to get to the point where he could destroy the One Ring, but he can't do it, and nobody is angry at him that he couldn't do it, and then just a higher power took over, as Tolkien writes in the letter. So maybe he had a lot of chances to redeem himself, but he kind of always missed them, and he always stayed evil, and I don't know. I hope he can find some redemption, but it's really hard to say if he did. Not sure what Tolkien's stance was on that, though. If Tolkien found it a good thing, a good ending at the end, or is at a better place, if you want to call it like this. It's really, really hard to say. He definitely had it rough in his life, very rough, and his mind is poisoned by the ring when he had it for such a long time. That is to be considered. So I don't know. I probably leave it to Eru to judge if there's redemption for him or not. I would wish it, but I feel like people lost basically their afterlife for far less. If we, for example, think about Gorlim, he was a companion of Barahir, that is the father of Beren, and the Barahir got the ring from Finrod, and that's the ring of Barahir. It's one of the ancestors also of Aragorn, distant ancestor. Everything happens in the First Age, and he's tricked by Sauron into his old home where he sees his wife, or he at least thinks he saw his wife, and then he's captured by Sauron because his wife was long dead, but he promised to reunite him and his wife if he would betray Barahir and tell Sauron where he and his companions are hiding, and he did. Though he was also, I don't know, in a very bad situation. You don't want to get captured by Sauron, I can tell you that. And for that, he also appeared he became a race, basically. So he probably also had no redemption. It's hard to say. Like, you could understand. Okay, he was captured by Sauron. He was tormented, and then Sauron at the end also revealed, your wife is long dead, and now I kill you. And he also cruelly killed him. And it's like, can you blame him that he betrayed in a way Barahir under torment and being pressured that, hey, I'm Sauron, I'm the bad guy in this universe, and I have your wife. Like, I wouldn't blame him, to be honest. And he even, in his death as a race, he returned to Barahir's son and warned him. At least he did that. And still, I think he also, I assume, stayed a race and had no redemption as a result. So it's really hard to say if Gollum then would have find a redemption there and got a happy ending at the end. Really, really hard to say. So some comments on this. Gollum has to practice his singing wherever he wants, because he has a spot in the second music of the Aino. I like the final chance of redemption, agreed. At any rate, Gollum's falling into Muldoon saved the dilemma of him going on the ship to the Undying Lands with the other ring bearers. Yeah, that's probably better for him. When the ring was destroyed, Bilbo aged up to his actual age relatively quickly. So presumably Gollum would have died after the ring's destruction. A 400 plus 1 year old hobbit doesn't stay alive without magic. I think that Bilbo aged further after the destruction of the ring. I'm not 100% sure if this is just a film thing or if it's in the books as well. Can't tell you. There might be a small hint that hints into this direction, but if I remember correctly, it's not that clear in the books. I could be completely wrong here, because I don't have the exact sentences in my head. But I know. Yeah, Ar-Pharazôn lost, of course, he's trapped in a cave, in the what is it called? The cavern of the, or cave of the cavern, something of the forgotten. Cavern, forgot the exact phrase of it. Yeah, that's for sure. That he felt suddenly too old. Yeah, that's probably have to look. They have to consider that Bilbo's birthday is, and Aragorn's wedding is like 20 years apart, and Bilbo was 111 already at his birthday party before the Lord of the Rings started. So he's pretty old at this time already. I assume when he lost the One Ring, he probably aged normally again, and it's just he was still 50. No, was he 50? Gollum was. I'm not sure how old Bilbo was when he found the One Ring, to be honest. Probably could be also around 50, 40, something like. Does somebody know in chat? But yeah, it's a good argument, Snow Warning. In Fellowship, he's pretty talkative and active. In Rivendell, and it's 17 years after his birthday as well. It's true. Bill was also 50 years old. I remember Frodo was 50 years when he left the Shire. Probably was the same for Bilbo. I forgot the exact birth date. He's 50 in The Hobbit. Okay. Are those Númenóreans still awake? Are they conscious or just buried and asleep until the last battle? Very hard to say, Son of Gondor. Maybe I put your question up here. Very hard to say if so we're talking about the Númenóreans of Ar-Pharazôn and Ar-Pharazôn himself, who fell into the. I have to look up the name. It's driving me nuts. How was it called? Of the Forgotten or something. Caves of the Forgotten. Okay, it's really caves. Really hard to say. I think we don't know anything. We just know they are there. In what state they are, I don't know. But I could assume they are kind of aware that they are pretty much screwed, and just wait until the time of the last battle, if that ever happens. But Gollum doesn't seemingly doesn't age at all. Seemingly after he lost the ring for around 60 years. I see no evidence that Bilbo ages after he gave the ring away. Yeah, you could definitely make an argument, but Bilbo isn't also after he gave the. Now, you're right. If after he gives the ring away, he probably should age. Really, really good point that you could make out of this. Like maybe it's really the destruction, and Gollum. Of course, Gollum had the ring far, far longer. Maybe some of this life increasing power, whatever that spell is, that makes the body live longer, is active there. Hard to say if it just slowly fades away, not just in an instant when you put the ring away. Really, really hard to say. But I guess it could be the power of the ring itself that keeps them alive like this. Really hard to say though. But you're right. Bilbo also has the ring. Like these passages you mentioned where he falls asleep and so on are also much, much later. So you might be onto something. I mean, I remember that there was like indicators for this, but I don't have the exact wordings here, or just in my head. So it's difficult to answer. But now that you mention it, yeah, you might be onto something. I just remember it was just not so directly in your face. Oh, by the way, Bilbo ages now fast after destruction or so. Really hard to say. I guess this would need a further analysis of the text there. But yeah, you might be right. But as said, to the question here, I sadly don't. I think it's never really mentioned again. Like, we only know they are there and they are buried, or whatever you want to call it, there until the end of time, and it's a weird place in the world. Really hard to tell in what state they are there exactly. But I could imagine, like as part of their punishment, that they are awake and conscious of what happened, and that they are trapped there for a long time. Maybe somewhat similar to the Oathbreakers in Lord of the Rings. I don't think we ever get an exact year of Smeargold's birth. If he died at 589, we can only speculate it was indeed his birthday when he murdered Deagle or Deachol. Yeah, good. That's another interesting point. I think you are right. We might not have gotten a birth date for Gollum. Maybe we would have to search the appendices. No, you're right. There's no exact birth date for him. Okay, there is a mention there, but it's only roundabout. Like in the complete guide to Middle Earth, there seems to be a mention in this book, but I don't have it here though, so can't double check. Yeah, but around third age 2430, he is supposed to be born, but it's only roundabout. We don't know it exactly. So yeah, you're right. Like, of course, roundabout it is, we can reconstruct it because we know how old. Like, he has to be relatively young when he finds the One Ring, and from that point he's gone. So it is possible to reconstruct it to some degree, but not the exact date, unfortunately. The question is, are there more questions? I think there was some question I skipped. I forgot what it was. Also, I could answer the other questions somewhat satisfyingly. because it's always kind of interesting what details you can uncover in the books, but it's just sometimes so spread out in all the books of Tolkien that it's really difficult to keep every half sentence and mention in your mind. Just too much material for that. And we also discussed Galadriel and her role during the Second Age a little bit. Very curious what might happen or might not happen in some other ways. Especially what they do with her in the show, but that's a whole different topic I don't really want to discuss right now, but okay, in letter 214. Could maybe look into the letter. Also, John Meehan asks, which book are you referring to? Are you referring to me? In what context? But let me check the letter first. No, you are right. He also sent. No, it's a draft. It's one of the draft letters, though. Interesting. More than 1,100 years elapsed before the Deachol and Smeagol incident, around 2,463. At that time of the party, when the customs of the Shire folk are curiously alluded to and so far. Wait. More than 1,100 years? Does this even make sense? 2,463 is the event, right? That is strange, isn't it? My math might be off, but why is what am I overlooking? At Bilbo's birthday, that event is 538 years ago. What does he mean exactly with over 1,100 years elapsed before? It's probably related to the question in the letter. He also talks about with the re-immigration of the Stuars back to the wilder lands. Okay, here it is. In Third Age 1356, all contact between this retrograde group of and ancestors of the Shire folk was broken. More than 1,100 years elapsed before this happened. Okay, now it makes sense. It was in relation to the sentence before. Like 1,356 plus 1,100 is round about 1,463 or 56 to be honest, but yeah, that's why I wrote circa in front of that. Makes sense now. Okay. Just wondered for one, huh? It makes no sense. It was referencing the sentence before. Yes, you. Yes, you, lol. What book I was referring? Can you, because in my head, I don't know what I said when you wrote the message, so I can't relate to what I said. What made you ask which book I was talking about. Can you maybe help me out? I would really love to answer the question. So about the if it was about the Galadriel being in Eregion stuff, then it's the Parma El de Lamberon, and if it's the other version, it's in the Unfinished Tales. And if we talk about what else did we talk about in the past few moments? I don't know. Also, Homeboy writes, enjoy your channel, however, most Tolkien peeps have no sense of humor about the Legendarium. I still say Phaser from Static would have destroyed the ring. That is true, that might be possible. The TOS Phaser in Star Trek might be more powerful than Sauron, then it can destroy the ring. But who knows? I think, no. You said there was a book that when you revisit it, you always learned something new. I missed which book that was. Oh, that are a lot of books, to be honest. Mostly, definitely appendices of Lord of the Rings and Unfinished Tales. Like, you look into those books and you always learn like a new detail or so. That's definitely true for those. I guess even the Silmarillion, because there are also little half sentences everywhere. But I would say, yeah, recently I definitely had this for a lot for the Unfinished Tales, because I was reading a lot about these some of the versions about Galadriel, and also currently I had to rework a section in the Elrond script a bit about Eorl and Cirion. There I also looked a bit into something, also learned something new there that I had to that I added to the video, something like this. Earlier, Canadian Fantasy Corner wanted to know, what do we know about Aiglos, the Spear of Gil-galad? That is sadly also a question I don't know too much about. You win the prize. Well, I'm a German, so humor is always a bit difficult, I guess. But no. It's often a very serious matter, to be honest. It's really sometimes kind of difficult. Also, making jokes in not your native language is also kind of difficult, I guess. But a lot of other Tolkien YouTubers are, of course, native English speakers, so their humor should be absolutely through the roof, I guess. Yeah, back to the Spear of Gil-galad. There's also a beautiful artwork, of course, of Kimberly 80, which is one of my favorite artworks of her. The spear is not on the picture, but Gil-galad is, so that is also pretty awesome. What is the what do we know? So I know there are different spellings for the spear. I think, is it? Let me just double check. And there's a version where it's spelled with AIGLOS instead of AEGLOS. I know that. I'm not sure why Tolkien changed the spelling there. Don't ask me. Never looked into this. It's mentioned in Lord of the Rings one time, it seems, or maybe two times. Yeah, and there's also the sentence I really have memorized. Like, in the Council of Elrond, it's talked about the War of the Last Alliance. And Elrond basically says, yeah, I remember that. And then I think Frodo asked him, you remember? And then Elrond basically says, I was the herald of Gil-galad and marched with his host. Interestingly, I found a detail somewhere where it's mentioned that Elrond marched with Isildur. So they definitely had some contact together. Not sure if I mentioned that in one of the last videos or if it's no. Isildur stuff is already covered, so it should be in one of the last videos. Whatever. I was at the Battle of Dol-gulad, before the Black Gate of Mordor, where we had the mastery. For the spear of Gil-galad and the sword of Elendil, Aeglos and Narsil, none could withstand. And yeah, this is... So what we know about Aeglos is none could withstand it. So it seems like a feared, powerful weapon of Gil-galad. If Gil-galad came into battle and swing it, then people would, or you thrust the spear, I guess, and not swing it, but whatever. If he used it, then it was a serious matter, and he would destroy his enemies with it. That we definitely know. We also find the translation for it, a mention of it in the index of words. I assume, though, the index of Lord of the Rings is not written by Tolkien himself, but it's in his published book, so I don't care. And there, the translation is what was it pronounced? Icicle? I have to consult the English, the Cambridge Dictionary, really quick. Icicle, it says. Okay. Not swing it. Exactly. That's a translation of it. I'm not sure if there's some more information somewhere else. But it's only, yeah, sadly, there's only one mention of it on page 243, in case people wonder. And the only mention of this weapon in Lord of the Rings. The Silmarillion might have a mention too of it. Maybe in these, yeah, it has. It should also be, considering the context of this text here, in the Rings of the Third Age and the Rings of Power. Against Aeglos, the spear of Gil-galad, none could stand, it says here, and the sword of Elendil filled orcs and men with fear, for it shone with the light of the sun and the moon, and it was named Narsil. So we usually have only mentions of it in this context here. There's also an index. Here it says not icicle. Here the translation is given as snow point. Interestingly. Because los means snow. And only the first part of it seems to be... yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's in Peoples of Middle-earth or something, where it's written with an I instead of an E. Interestingly, there's also a plant in West Beleriand. Here it says in this on Tolkien Gateway. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, Snowthorn here it is translated with it, and it's mentioned in the Unfinished Tales. Interesting. So that's one of the few things we know. And just try to find out where the spelling is with an I. There's a mention here. In editions of The Lord of the Rings prior to 2005, the spear is spelled with an I. Tolkien, however, commented in the manuscript that the more correct Sindarin spelling is in fact Aeglos with an E. Interesting. What is the source for that statement? Oh, it's in the Vineyard Tenga number 42. Our good old friend Karlev Hofstadter, who also wrote The Nature of Middle-earth. And also in a Reader's Companion. That is interesting. Okay. Got that. Wasn't there a quote exactly? For none could withstand the might of Aeglos and Narsil. Something like this. Yeah, exactly. We just read it by accident. But you are right. There's a pretty cool quote. Okay. Sadly, I am in German when we learn as a second language English, and in a certain school form you also have a third language, And I learned Latin and not French, so I can't really read everything you are writing. But I was pretty decent in Latin, I have to say, and it definitely spiked my interest in old language stuff, so was not bad. Oh yeah, that's interesting. The movie, it's I think I have a picture of it somewhere. Maybe we can look at it. There's a picture of Gil-galad swinging the spear. Let me just see if I find it. Probably I named it like this. Now we don't see it completely though, sadly. Don't have not the. I think I just tried to have a screenshot of Gil-galad and not of his spear, but yeah. Here he is wielding his spear, eye gloss. You don't see it completely though. But yeah, also imagine it like somewhat like this. I agree. Like there's a Japanese weapon called naginata. Maybe I find a picture of it. Probably did not look like that, but I also like the idea. It was basically a bit at a curved sword at the end, or a curved tip, if that makes sense, and was basically a spear like that. Like it looks a bit like the hockey thing you use. What do you call it? Hockey stick? Is that the correct term in English? Eishockeyschläger in German. Very cool picture. Yeah. Looks a bit grim there. There are multiple. Maybe I find a better picture of him. I'm not sure though. Okay, I misspelled him, of course, because I'm terrible. There's also this one here, but like for my videos, I have like basically every scene imaginable, I have like a picture. Yeah, here you kind of see it a bit more, I guess. The tip of it. Hockey stick, yeah. But yeah, let me see if I can I bring up a picture of your naginata? Let me see if that works. In case people wonder. Let's maybe try this from... It's a bit complicated sometimes to get this stuff going. Oh, that's not what I want to show here. Like, this is a naginata. Just imagine this part there is a spear part, and I'm not sure if you can't see my mouse, I think. Maybe you can, I'm not sure. But yeah, here's the spear part, and this other part here is the tip of it. It's slightly curved, almost like a sword. Okay, the quality in chat is currently the picture is currently terrible, but that's the thing here. He might have something like this. I think you see something like this also in one scene. That's what is meant. Just close this here really quick again. currently I do everything wrong. So yeah, this is the artwork, sadly without the spear. I'm not sure how it was depicted in Shadow of War. I can't remember that. Maybe I have a screenshot of that though. Maybe not. Probably too hard to find right now. Oh, it really is in the wrong folder. No, it doesn't really look like it. I have a picture of it. But yeah, for whatever reason, Celebrimbor has the eye gloss there for whatever reason, I think. Kind of strange. Oh, that's an interesting question, by the way. By Bernie91, I think is the name. So I hope this answers the question what I know about eyegloss. Not that much, to be honest. Okay, I screwed up in formatting the question, so I have to do this again. It's still terribly formatted, but yeah, just... apart from greater access to his true power and a promotion, Gandalf was not altered by Eru Ilúvatar after Moria, and his new confidence can be explained by defeating Durin's Bane, right? I would say, yeah, basically. So they, as an Istari, or as an Istar, wrong, Istari is plural, as an Istar he was basically clad in flesh, if that makes sense. And as a result, his power and wisdom, everything was diminished. And as Gandalf's white, when he went back, he got I assume, simply get his Maiar power a bit back. And of course, a new authority. That's also why he could expel Saruman from and take away, break his staff. And we can also read, I think, if I remember correctly, that when Gwaihir transported him, it can be described that he was basically, yeah, almost like you could look through him, and he was light like a feather. So there was definitely some change, but I would assume that it was simply more he had access to his Maiar power much more, and he was now more a spirit being. I don't think that he was like empowered. Maybe he was empowered, hard to say, but yeah, I would agree with this statement. It's a short katana on a stick, exactly. Is Legendarium a published work or just umbrella term? It's basically an umbrella term that Tolkien also, I think, sometimes uses. Looks pretty cool, very interesting. Wonder if its design has Mesopotamian influence, maybe? Hard to say. Japan was always very isolated, so really hard to say. I guess it's really just the katanas put on a stick. I don't know the exact history of this weapon. Naginatas are indeed cool. Saw a few in a museum in Japan. They looked awesome. The art of wielding them is still practiced today in some places of them. Yeah. Wasn't also like that like spear people are also really, really powerful versus sword people, and I would say the Naginata would be no different. I'm curious about the Elvish pronunciation. Is it always the hard C? Yes. Tolkien writes in Appendix E of the Lord of the Rings. I can find it really quick. That's the whole appendix about just pronunciation. First point in this consonants section. C has always the value of K, even before the E and I. Caleb, silver, should be pronounced as Caleb. Here even spells it with a K. So there's no exception to this. It's simply always pronounced as a K sound, which I would assume. Let me just think. Is it? I think that's very common too in a lot of languages that the C is pronounced as K. Maybe I'm wrong though. Hope that answers the question. I had a discussion with someone who insisted that Gandalf was reprogrammed by Eru and that he wasn't really the same Gandalf anymore. I never got this impression from reading the text, to be honest. So I can't really confirm that he was reprogrammed in a way. Not sure if somebody knows of you're making. It's also a good argument. Cicero or Cicero. I think in Latin it's complicated, depending on where it stands in the word. Like for example, in German we have the word Kaiser, which comes from Caesar. So it's hard to tell if it was. I assume there is like the idea that it really is an S loud in Latin often, so it's Caesar and Cicero, not Cicero. But I don't know. Like Latin phonology is not, even though I learned Latin, but I mostly had to learn how to translate it, not how to talk in Latin. So my pronunciation of Latin stuff, knowledge on phonology of Latin is not that great. And there might have been new things people found out. Maybe there's some Latin experts here that know more about this. Who would win in a sword fight between Elrond and Aragorn? That's a good question, to be honest. I would assume I don't know. If Aragorn is already king, he probably would let his son-in-law win for the sake of a daughter, because he gets re-embodied anyway, so you don't have to sail. That makes sense. Yeah, Caesar in Rome was Caesar, so it makes sense because the German word is also Kaiser pronounced with a K. It's related to this word. Oh, interesting. Many Yaido and Naginata users are female. Interesting. Hard C, look no further. Mark, yeah. Not a Latin expert, just a friend who teaches Latin. Hard C, okay. No problem. Like my my last Latin lessons is also like, when was it, 2005 or so? So a long time ago. So there's no awkward family dinner. Yeah, probably there's no... Yeah, Wilhelm was the most famous Kaiser. One people say it that way, others maybe disagree, I don't know. Let's not start with Kaisers. But yeah, it's kind of interesting what you can find out every time. But yeah, Dave Terry says it's a good answer. Who asked the question? I think it was Amanda, right? Yeah. I assume you mean the Elrond would let Aragorn win answer. I mean, that time is limited anyway, and Elrond is bound to the world. But I guess they would not fight against each other anyway. So, but in theory, really hard to say. Also, Elrond later was more healed. Maybe it depends on what state Elrond was there. Also, good question. Speaking of hard seas, have you done anything about on Celeborn? He's so neglected. Sadly, rarely mention him. Like in the Elrond, Who's Elrond video, we discuss a bit also the background of Galadriel and also mention him a few times here and there, and also that he might have fought together with Elrond, but never did a dedicated video for never did a dedicated video on him, sadly. There's so many big characters. Like, I don't know how I have a channel that makes lore videos for since 2017, so for 5 years, and I still don't have all videos about all the big characters, but I guess usually I like to dive into some obscure topics or do some other stuff or do some really long videos that take forever to make, like the Who's Elrond video. As a result, yes, I definitely have. Next big thing will definitely be Galadriel on the channel, I assume, if nothing gets in the way. And yeah, there he will be mentioned, but I probably have to do a shorter video about him at some point, because yeah, he's very poor Celeborn, but as somebody said earlier, Galadriel is simply the far more interesting character, which is kind of cool. Like, usually it's the wife that is pushed into the corner and nobody talks about her, just about the king or whatever, but not about the his wife. And in this relationship, it's the other way around, where Galadriel is is the shining main character everyone talks about, and nobody cares about Celeborn, which is a bit unfortunate for him, to be honest. But I think it's a nice mix here and there, because it's often very different for a lot of other female characters in the lore, so it's pretty cool. Justice also for Elros. Now, we also briefly talked about him in the Who's Elrond video, of course. Tar Miniatur. Galadriel is so well written, she's ink-made art, yeah. I mean, there are a lot of different versions of her too, which makes it very difficult to cover her, to be honest. Because like, if I want to cover her in the same, I won't cover her in the same detail level as Elrond, though. I can already lower expectations there, because I don't have the time to work on another 7-hour video. And you already know a lot of the background story from all the other videos so far. So I will try to be, it will be a longer video as well, but not as long. But I try to cover, at least in the second age, the different versions a bit, and tell, okay, there are several versions of her. In this version she does this, in this version she does that, and the story plays out a bit differently. I have to try out to write it, but that will be definitely a challenge, I have to admit. I hope it works out. For Elrond, I also did this like in a lot of detail and cover everything around Elrond and so on. I will probably reduce this a bit for the next video, because like I started writing the Elrond video like over a year ago, and I still haven't produced everything. And yeah, it's just too much work to do it to put it to this extreme. I don't even know why it got so long, but yeah, it's kind of fascinating. Did Celeborn see the light of the two trees? No, right? Depends on which version you prefer. Like, according to the Lord of the Rings, he's a Sindar elf, and as a Sindar, he has not seen the light of the two trees, at least only from afar, if that makes sense. Well, there's a mountain range in front of the trees and whatever, but you get the point. And in one version, though, he is in Alqualonde with Galadriel, and there he has seen the light of the two trees, most likely. I love this chat, you're all great. Yeah, I really enjoy when we have this nice lore conversation. People ask some questions. I can answer them often, I think. Sometimes better, sometimes worse, I guess, but we haven't even talked about her hair. Yeah, that's also an important detail. And Tolkien explains this also in some of his letters and mentions here and there. I also assume when the Rings of Power show should drop, and it's a topic I don't want to open too much because it sometimes triggers people a bit too much for my taste, even though we don't know too much about the show yet. Yeah, things might get much how to say it, busy here in chat. That's probably a word, how I could phrase it. It gets busy in chat. And I remember when the trailer dropped, and I did like also a trailer analysis stream, and I had like 300 people here in chat, and it was just going through. My mods were going crazy because I had to delete so many comments. And also sometimes I looked into chat and say, wow, my mods are really, really friendly today, because I would have banned that dude instantly. But yeah, well. Zushan asks, why does seeing the light of the two trees confer such power to those who have seen it? That's a good question. I will put it here up on the screen. There might be multiple possibilities for that, especially what does it even do. Like, I have this video about the who can see the unseen, and in this video I discuss a little bit that the seeing the I have the theory. It's not really directly stated, but some details that hint at this, that seeing the light of the two trees might help you see the unseen, and seeing the unseen unlocks a bit of powers, makes you understand certain things better when you see basically both the seen world and the unseen world. So that's definitely a detail. We also notice that having the Silmaril also kind of empowers you in a way. Like, the light of the trees is like a part of an ancient world order. It's a bit complicated. I think in one version there was an original world order with the two lamps. We talked about this at the beginning of the stream, if you remember. I had this, what was it called? Oh, that was the arrow. We had this here. We talked about the Spring of Arda, and sometimes it's called some people call it the Years of the Lamps, even though it's not a Tolkien term, you remember. And yeah, this was I guess, somewhat of an original version of the world, and then it was marred by Morgoth. So he already brought dissonance into the original song, that is the music of the Ainur that created the world itself, or out of which Eru created the world itself. But with destroying this, the world was damaged, and in some versions, I think the light was captured and it was used to create those trees, but this Tolkien later dropped again. This is like Book of Lost Tales stuff. So it's really hard to say if that is in a way canon, but I guess what we can take from it is the creation of the two trees at least tries to recreate an unmarred form of the world itself. So where the evil power of Morgoth is not there. So as a result, the light of the trees, which is captured in these jewels in the Silmarillion, is so powerful and cleansing. And the elves also had would prefer a part of the world that is unmarred. That's why they have to go to Aman at some point, because a lot of decay, if you want, and this evil that is inside the world itself is very little in Aman itself, and it probably has to do with these trees, and the Silmarillion have the light of those. So seeing the trees and seeing the light seems to be very, very powerful and important in the world, because it might be some kind of reflection of an unmarred world. Maybe it's like also some kind of expression of the music of the Ainur as a result, and that makes it seems elves more powerful and resilient against the evil of the world, which is a very big driving factor in the world that always tries to counteract a lot of elements in the world itself. I hope that somewhat answers the question. It's a good question, but difficult to answer. That's what complicated all different versions, reader's preference. I think it was to the question we discussed before that. Yeah, I also like every time the show stuff comes up, it always gets kind of frustrating. I hope that yeah, I don't know. It will be good, but also I'm a bit skeptical, to be honest. But I'm on the same boat as you, learner of lore, that I also just want to see it, and when I see it, I can make a rational analysis of this, judge the show, say that's good, that's bad. That's I'm surprised that so many people get triggered so hard by it. It's kind of fascinating. But didn't Ungoliant or Melkor create a darkness that was substance, not just absence of light? I think Tolkien wrote that in that connection with the Void, where Melkor was cast out. I'm not sure. I know that she casts or creates webs of darkness, and not even the eyes of Manwë could pierce through it. Maybe that is what you mean. There might be more information on these webs, but I assume that's what you're referring to. Yeah, and it was like, I know, Tolkien describes it as webs. I imagine as kind of a cloud or something. But of course, Ungoliant was a creature of, basically it was like a black hole, consuming everything, and in a black hole, I wouldn't say there's an absence of light, but there's the event horizon, and this and everything beyond it can't escape anymore. That's why the event horizon appears as black. What's behind it is like nobody knows exactly. A singularity, so something that is outside of the definition or mathematical description. Out of which house did he come again? What exactly did you mean? Ixelion. Oh, Ixelion was the house of the fountain, I think, if you mean the houses of Gondolin. If I remember correctly. It would also be interesting with a more detailed video about the inside of all the fortresses, a kind of house tour. That's an interesting idea. Sadly, there's very little material of the insides of most places. Like there is a fortress, for example, in the First Age, in Beleriand, Himlad und Himbring, I think is the name, which is here, where the arrow is. It's the First Age map. Beleriand is the old west coast, was destroyed and sunk into the ocean later. And yeah, there's a fortress, and we know it was attacked at some point, and it was defended by the Sons of Feanor. That was their fortress, but that's all we know about. Like, it's so rarely mentioned. Stuff like this is always difficult. I think it's really tough to get all the pieces together. I find it very impressive what Karen Wynne Fonstad did in her Atlas of Middle-earth, where she basically tried to recollect all the information and do maps and stuff and descriptions of everything and what do you call this? Not blueprints, but you know what I mean. Of every place that she could find enough information of. It's really, really impressive. Must be a tremendous amount of work. I also drew some maps for my videos, and just finding out where everything is and double checking it with the text is just so much work, because you have to scan so many pages of text just for like a half sentence where it says, yeah, in the south there's this mountain or something. Sometimes pretty obscure. That's a good idea though. Just imagine Sauron and Saruman giving us a house to Barad-dûr and Orthanc, Isengard Tower. Yeah, that would be kind of funny. What kind of treasures were kept there that were all the strange lights floating around Barad-dûr the first time you see it in the movies? What's inside the mystical massive fortresses? It's a good question. Like, I think for Barad-dûr we know there was the Rings of Power that Sauron later collected inside. There was the Palantir from Minas Ithil that was probably inside Barad-dûr. Sauron, of course, in his physical form, of course. I'm not sure what else he might have stolen there. In Orthanc, we know there's like a chapter where in Unfinished Tales where Aragorn and his friends later explore a bit and check out what's going on in Orthanc, and they find like a secret chamber of Saruman, and they find the chain of Isildur's chain for the One Ring, because he found it, and also the Elendilmir that Isildur wore on his brow, that was also lost in the river. I just think, was there something else? And some other details simply, but not the One Ring. He found everything except the One Ring, which is probably for the best. and potentially even the remains, the corpse of Isildur, what was left, maybe his bones or so. It's hard to say. And probably he burned them or so. It's really an interesting detail. I do like Glorfindel better. Probably not directed at me, so can't answer that. The void and the light of Elendil are oddly Lovecraftian leaning. I mean, I think Eregion by Tolkien. It's kind of, let me see how this was. Like, there is a story in Old Norse and of a hero, and this hero's name is Earendel in Old English. In his Old Norse name is different. I forgot the Old Norse name, and I think Thor so the Norse god Thor transported him in the form of an eagle or so, and his toe was sticking out, and it froze, and he broke it off and threw it into the sky, and it became a star or something like this. It's a really weird Old Norse story. Also, Gigi is here, welcome. Late to the stream as always. YouTube hates me. It's my mouse, I'm almost sure of it. I also feel sometimes YouTube hates me. It's just how it is. Yeah, but I assume that Tolkien might have took inspiration a bit of the Eärendil and the Star of Eärendil and so on in comparison to that. So Tolkien definitely had some inspiration for Norse from mythology, especially Norse and Old English mythology. If you can call it Old English mythology, it was just the Norse mythology just brought with the with these Germanic tribes that came to England and so on. Just got done with Friday duty. Sorry I'm so late. I shouldn't be surprised you're still going on, but yeah, it's always welcome, Reflective Rambling. Nice to see you. Shoutouts to you. And yeah, of course I'm still going on, even though it's 3.5 hours almost. 3 hours 20 says my thing here. So yeah, as always, we just try to get to the 4 hour mark and then call it a day or so. But happy that some people could catch up here with the stream or get here a bit late. Virtual tours. Alright, I have to go for real this time. It's been grand. Yeah, see you next time, Rosie Gamchi. Hope I could answer some of the questions. And always nice to see names I have read before in chat. So, people I know. I love maps, yeah. Maps are pretty awesome, agree on that. Yeah, Gimli was let me just, there's some questions in a row. Alex Mackey asks, okay, somebody already answered this question. Let me just bring it here on screen really quick. Like in the films, he pretty much seems somewhat useless, and he's more like a comic relief, of course. But was he useless throughout the entirety of Lord of the Rings? No, of course not, because as somebody pointed out, he was very important for the process of healing the relationship between elves and dwarves. He also, I don't know, there are several things that Gimli does in the books. He's not that much. He's not really a comic relief, and is of course always it's always good to have Gimli when you have to fight, for example, against a lot of orcs and so on. there's also this competition going on a bit between Legolas and Gimli, which definitely motivates him to perform really well in combat, I guess. So that is pretty awesome in a way. As said, they have this friendship going on in the Lord of the Rings. In the Council of Elrond, for example, Gimli is sent with his father Glóin to get to Rivendell to bring the message that Sauron sent a servant to I think Erebor, that they would get one of the rings back if they would give them information about I don't know, the One Ring or so. Forgot the exact thing the writer was asking for, and I think I also made the mistake that I said somewhere that it's a Nazgul. It's never stated that it's a Nazgul, but there's some wording with his voice or so that he was speaking that could be reminiscent of a Nazgul. I think it's not mentioned though. Maybe I should do more research on this. But yeah, whatever. He also brings like the message of that. He also supports Frodo on his mission and so on. He doesn't betray Frodo in any shape or form. He for sure helps out a bit in Moria and so on. So yeah, I wouldn't say he was. I would say by no stretch of the imagination that he was useless, like Gimli MVP. Oh hey, someone in the group here might know. Any clue if Glorfindel's weaponry had official names? His horse was Asphalos, but you asked for his weapons. So no, not that I know of, to be honest. Does somebody know if Glorfindel had like a weapon that had a name or so? Not that I know of. I made a video about him. But no. Maybe somewhere, but I have to admit, I don't know if there's any name for his weapons. Sauron haunts Mithril, yeah, it's true. I'm not sure if it's true, but possible. Yeah, he also represented the free folk, of course. He was a representative of the dwarves, so all the, like Galadriel said, let me just, I forgot which book it was. I would suspect Unfinished Tales. The question is, where are they? Yeah. Galadriel looked upon the dwarves also with the eye of a commander, seeing in them the finest warriors to pit against orcs. Moreover, Galadriel was a Noldo, and she had a natural sympathy with their minds and their passionate love of crafts of hand, and sympathy much greater than that found among many of the Eldar. The dwarves were the children of Aule, and Galadriel, like others of the Noldor, had been a pupil of Aule and Yavanna in Valinor. There's also, like, let me just see, there was, I think somewhere in this sentence was also so that, let me see, there was another. In case Galadriel was more far-sighted in this than Celeborn, and she perceived from the beginning that Middle-earth could not be saved from the residue of evil that Morgoth had left behind him, save by a union of all the peoples who were in their way and in their measure opposed to him. This is a very important sentence because this basically says, and I guess Celeborn and Elrond and so on shared this idea, that to finally destroy Sauron, you need somebody. You need all the peoples of Middle Earth, all the free peoples of Middle Earth that are opposing Sauron, and that is why, of course, in the Fellowship there must be a Gimli. So another good point for him. Now also lost track. Hope this answers the questions. I have to admit, Gimli is really funny in the films. I agree on that. Some people probably hated the comedic Gimli, but yeah. He's definitely a more serious character in the books, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Gimli's knowledge was needed in Moria. Exactly. Hope this answers the question somewhat. Yeah, that is true. Of course, in a film you need to balance out the mood, the pacing, and so on. It's kind of difficult. There's always also in film a kind of meta going on. Like there, at certain times there were always details in film that were popular and worked at this time, and all the popular movies had them there. Some stuff was always kept. Like, I don't know. Let me just think about it. Like, I don't know, every sci-fi movie in the 80s had a certain type of music in it. I guess generally, like, you notice how music changed over time when you look older films from like the 80s and from the 90s and so on. There were some color schemes that you often saw at a certain time in films, also in video games and so on. There was a time where this blue and orange color scheming was very popular. You had the Matrix time where every film started being more greenish, I think. And you saw a lot of slow motion in films because that was very popular. Matrix started the trend and was very successful, a very important, I guess, film for the action genre. And then every film had slow motion scenes in them. If they are fitting or not, were not that much. It was not that important, and it was also there was parodies of it and so on. Like if you think of Shrek, in first Shrek film, there's also like a Matrix reference in it, and stuff like this. You always see it, and as a result, at this time for the mainstream audience, you also had maybe some jokes here and there. I guess the joke density was amped up over the last 20 years, more in films, resulting in like a lot of one-liners these days, I feel, which can be a bit annoying. I think Lord of the Rings, though, still strikes a certain balance, which is okay, but some films, in my opinion, definitely overdo it quite a lot. But it's just how films are done these days. Yeah, but enough talking about weird films. Okay, don't fully get this part here. Maybe I should scroll down a bit. Very interesting. I believe that one of the Galadriel's character flaws was pride, so why should she help a mortal? Her refusal on the One Ring was overcoming this flaw, so she could pass through the Undying Lands. Yeah, that's a really good point. There was definitely this pride, and she also wanted to rule. Like, she wanted to have her own realm and rule over it. And as a result, this pride and maybe also interest in power and so on. The Michael Bay aesthetic too, yeah, true. Also, will the Númenóreans in the show be depicted as distinctly taller than men of Middle-earth? And, of course, can't imagine showing... I guess size in film is always, I wouldn't say problematic, but relative. Like, we see it in the Hobbit film or so. I think, like, of course, the size was... They managed to portray the characters in a way that they all had the right size for what's described in the books. But, of course, in reality, the actors have not the right size, if that makes sense. So it's always difficult to tell. Like, it's the same. Like, if you, for example, know like a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer or whatever, or even an actor, and you only know him from films and online stuff, and especially for streamers or so when they're sitting somewhere, well, maybe that's a difficult case, but you never really know. Maybe it's just me, but I never know how I have trouble to imagine how tall they are in reality. And then when you see them in reality and say, oh, he's much smaller than I imagined, you know what I mean? Or much bigger than I imagined. And like, and I think in film the size is always like a very fluid thing, depends on what you do with the camera and so on. So let's see, let's skip to the end here of the chat again, so I know what's going on there. Yeah, of course, there are a lot of characters in the film were also changed. Yeah, that's also a good point by Reflective Rambling. I simply don't understand anyone hating in, what do you say this, Anführungszeichen in German, on anyone for an opinion. That's ridiculous. We all interpret characters and stories from our own life experience. That's very true. Like how I imagined the characters, a character from a book in my head and you might be very different. For example, I'm very influenced by the films of Peter Jackson because I saw them before I read the book. So every time I read about Aragorn, I see Viggo Mortensen in my head. Every time I read about Galadriel, I see I see Kate Blanchett and so on. So it's just the way, and for some people it's different, and you don't have to like that, but I think people can still respect each other for having different opinions, imaginations, wishes for something. And of course it's sad when somebody does like an adaptation or whatever, and your imagination clashes with the imagination of this adaptation, but that is it can happen, but that's very normal, isn't it? Do you think Galadriel's lament with destruction of the ring and the loss of Lorien as a result to be recollection of her selfish desires and brought her to? Yeah, maybe, definitely. That's kind of like drawing a line and maybe moving on from there, I guess. Definitely, like it's a huge change, and she has to leave the world finally. Definitely is yeah, I agree on that. Tolkien's genius pops at me when I read Gandalf characterizing hobbits as soft as butter and tough as tree roots. It's brilliant. Yeah, Tolkien was really good at describing things and putting certain images in your head, and finding very fitting phrases. Could also write some pretty epic dialogue and so on. Do you think Gandalf was modeled on Jesus Christ? No, I don't think that. Maybe distantly, but I think Gandalf was more modeled on Norse mythology, Odin. Like, he also walked around the world and influenced people here and there, and he was a very mythological figure. And yeah, Jesus is more like, I think the concept of Jesus is more around salvation, if that makes sense. And Gandalf was less that. Gandalf was walking around as a mythological figure and trying to bring people to do a resistance against the evil. He was not trying to get a redemption path for every possible person. He of course did a lot of good things and maybe at a distant idea, Tolkien had this in mind as well. I'm not sure. It's really hard to comment on what Tolkien thought, but I would say there are many influences in this character. I would also say like Odin would be definitely a possibility for influence, especially on his looks. Some interpretations of it look like how some other artists, even older than Tolkien, depicted Odin in art. So there might be a possibility there, even though he has both eyes still. I respect you all, yeah. That's also a good stance here. The relationship of Galadriel and Boromir and Aragorn, also interesting, I agree. Isn't Robert De Niro infamous for everyone going, oh wait, he's tiny, when they meet him and Tom Cruise? Yeah, they're definitely people who are probably much smaller than one would expect. I'm also a Star Trek geek, and in those streams we note the seriousness and lack of humor in much of the fandom, and I'm old, been reading since 1975. Yeah. And sometimes there's really like, some people take stuff too serious, I guess. But it can easily happen if you're very passionate about something and somebody says something that might, I don't know, hurt your imagination, your interpretation, maybe your feelings or so, that they get angry at other persons for doing that, even though Lord of the Rings is pretty extreme in that regard, in a way. I don't know why that is, like... I definitely know what you mean, though. There's definitely, like, a lack of humor and around it. It's usually very, very serious business with Lord of the Rings. I agree on that. Especially when it comes to other versions, if that makes sense. Somebody have like weird interpretations, weird in the wrong word, but interpretations that go against the mainstream in a way, then people are usually often kind of exploding, right? It's very unusual. And Tolkien is like what Tolkien wrote is usually like law. And nobody can talk against it or criticize Tolkien himself or so. I guess in a fandom it makes somewhat sense that you like the writer, of course. I mean, there are exceptions, I guess, where you like the work but not the writer, but you know what I mean. Like, there are certain topics I would, I don't know, fear to discuss. Like, for example, one could look in the critical reception of Tolkien and look into that, but I know that I probably would also go maybe in too much of a defensive mode there. But yeah, it's complicated. I agree on that. It's very serious business usually. I admit I'm stuck with film visions for most. Yeah, see that. Yeah, of course. I would be surprised if we had people that don't like Lord of the Rings listening to the stream here for 4 hours. That would be insane. I don't think I'm that interesting to listen to, so. I'm merely pointing out that Tolkien knew how to capture the attention of the audience while Prime causes me to fall asleep. Yeah, that's... I mean, some people also find Tolkien's writing a bit too excessive on descriptions and so on, and also tough to read and so. Can go both ways, but definitely a fair opinion there. Did you ever feel as though Galadriel didn't do enough to help the Fellowship? Yeah, when I first saw the films, I definitely felt that, but learning more of the lore and the ideas and concepts behind the gifts that she gave to the Fellowship, especially what she gave to Frodo, I learned to appreciate that more, or see that in a different light, if that makes sense. So I have to admit, though, that if I'm a bit cynical or maybe a bit hyperbole, if that makes sense, so driving it a bit amp it up to a bit to 11, I would say Galadriel never does that much, to be honest, even though I know that's not right, but she's a very hyped character, but she often only appears and does big things very few times, if that makes sense. I guess it has also to do with it's really hard to track what she did in the Second Age. Like, it's really hard to track down and make sense out of all the versions, so I guess it has to do with that. You definitely notice that she is a later, especially earlier on with all the versions, you notice, okay, Tolkien added her later to all the background story, and then had to make it work, if that makes sense. Just joining, was it in Unfinished Tales that Gandalf made smoke rings in front of Saruman? Maybe during the Right Council, where he made a ring, but then he went to grab the ring and it would disappear. I know exactly what you mean. I mentioned it before in one of my film book analysis different series, whatever it's called. It might be Unfinished Tales, because there's not that much information. Could also be Peoples of Middle-earth, though. Maybe I can find the quote, or somebody knows in chat if it is written here. It must be Third Age stuff, I would assume. Yeah, it is Unfinished Tales, Hunt for the Ring. Gandalf did not laugh again, and he did not answer, but looking keenly at Saruman, he drew on his pipe and sent out a great ring of smoke with many smaller rings that followed it. Then he put up his hand as if to grasp them, and they vanished. With that, he got up and left Saruman without another word. But Saruman stood for some time silent, and his face was dark with doubt and displeasure. Wow. Hunt for the Ring. In this version here, page 351. Found it. Yeah, it's Unfinished Tales. Andy Knights. I hope that helps. It's always difficult finding stuff. Tuchan says, I'm going to enjoy the Amazon Lord of the Rings series, but I think a real success will be if it convinces us to adapt in a way new lore in the Legendarium. Yeah, maybe. Like, I would say it would be a huge success already if it would at least decently outline what happened in the Second Age, and people would maybe adapt it into that. People that only have seen maybe the films or don't know the Second Age and the lore too well, maybe have only read the Lord of the Rings years ago or so, and they would adapt more lore into their overall vision and get a better understanding of it. And of course, for me, it would be pretty awesome if they would also get new people into the fandom. Like, we need young blood, if that makes sense. We need new people. It would be awesome to see new people getting interested and maybe reading the books. That's why I'm looking forward and hope that the show succeeds, because it's a big opportunity these days when you have like a series or a film or so, that you can bring new people in. Like, the books are out for decades, and yeah, I don't know, bringing new people in is difficult in a way. And if we are also so unwelcoming to people and talk everything bad before we have even seen a single episode of it, then it's probably, yeah, we're doing ourselves a disservice, in my opinion. It's just not helping. Did you ever feel as... Oh, I already read this. Just scrolled up too much. New fans are always the best. Seeing their excitement and passion is so invigorating. Exactly. I agree on that. You lost half of the young people when you said reading the books. That is true. But I guess books are still sold, and some people still read books. I don't know. I would say that after the Game of Thrones series aired, at least the first few seasons, I'm not into Game of Thrones in case people wonder, definitely they also sold some books and some people started reading them. I'm pretty sure about that. So I was going somewhere with that. 2 glasses and my mind thinks of multiple things at once, and then I lose track. Yeah, it happens while talking for me a lot of times. Like, I want to bring a point, and I notice I need to explain this, and then I forgot what I actually want to say. It's terrible, especially if you're live streaming. Like, I remember at the beginning of the stream where I said, yeah, this is a very imprecise timescale thing here. And then I went on talking about the other stuff and forgot to mention why it's an imprecise timescale. But, yeah. Happens the best. Exactly. You could also make there are also great audiobooks of the Lord of the Rings stuff. I haven't read the trilogy in over a decade. I think it's time to dust off the books. Exactly. Lord of the Rings will always be special, not just to me, but the world. That is true. But of course, if we don't get new people to read it, then at some point, when we are all old or worse, then yeah, it might die out, It's always a possibility. I think, though, bring... Of course, it doesn't mean, like... Don't get me wrong on this. Like, I'm also skeptical when it comes, for example, to this adaptation. It's not like I'm going out there and I'm just happy and shouting, yeah, everyone needs to see this, it will be awesome or so. I'm also very skeptical about this, but I also see opportunity for new people getting into it, also an opportunity to create content and so on. And you can also criticize the show, but maybe don't attack other people. I know I'm preaching to the choir. People here in chat are awesome. I never noticed that people here attack other people or so, but we definitely have seen some very, let's say, unfriendly behavior online in a lot of ways that, in my opinion, goes just too far in many ways. And some people just going on and spread a lot of negativity, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's not the best thing, I guess. That is also a good question we could maybe talk about in a moment. By Amanda. This is also an interesting question, but I can't really answer. But many questions in the past. I mean, if you had posted a question, feel free to repost it, so I don't have to scroll up all the time. If that would be possible for you, then we can maybe discuss it a bit further. Was Saruman afraid of Galadriel? That is a really good question, to be honest. I would say no, not really. Because he had his own plan and it was not directed towards Galadriel, and Galadriel was always a bit isolated in Lothlorien at this time, the Third Age. She sometimes helped out. For example, it's also in the it's in the Unfinished Tales or in the Appendix A. Let me just see if I find it. She basically made mist, and so Eor could ride unseen. He escaped. Glooms, pest, riding slowly. Yeah, I think I found it. Maybe it's Unfinished Tales. For when at last the host drew near to Dol Guldur, Eorl turned away westward for the fear of the dark shadow and cloud that flowed out from it. And then he rode on within sight of Anduin. Many of the riders turned their eyes thither, half in fear and half in hope, to glimpse from afar the shimmer of the Drimordene, so the Lothlorien. The perilous land that in legends of their people was said to shine like gold in the springtime, but now it seemed shrouded in a gleaming mist, and to their dismay the mist passed over the river and flowed over the land before them. Eorl did not halt. "Ride on," he commanded. "There is no other way to take. After so long a road, shall we be held back from battle by a river mist?" As they drew nearer, they saw that the white mist was driving back the glooms of Dol Guldur, and soon they passed into it, riding slowly at first and warily, but under its canopy all things were lit with clear and shadowless light, while left and right they were guarded as it were by white walls of secrecy. "The Lady of the Golden Wood is on our side, it seems," said Boromir. Borondir. Boromir. Maybe, said Eorl, "but at least I will trust the wisdom of Felaroth," that was his horse. He scents no evil, his heart is high, and his weariness is healed. He strains to be given his head. So be it, for never have I had more need for secrecy and speed. So basically, when Eorl and his Eotheod, that were the ancestors of Rohan, helped Gondor, which was attacked by I assume Easterling clan called Balchoth. They were Galadriel, I assume, sent mist out that protected them and kept them secret from the eyes of Dol Guldur. Also, besides the Easterlings, also they allied with orcs and so on. And it was so late in the age that Sauron was sitting in Dol Guldur still. So it's an important detail here. And here, for example, Galadriel helped and intervened with her powers, whatever that they are, but it's very interesting in this regard. However, so she definitely did something, but it was not like Galadriel, I don't know, got out and destroyed people all the time. That only happened in rare cases. It's not like she did never get out of Lothlorien, for example. She attacked Dol Guldur with the Otherwise, or she later even destroyed Dol Guldur during the War of the Ring. So she definitely did something. But it's usually very focused and needs great peril for her to do this. And I assume as long as Saruman was not annoying Galadriel, he would also not have to fear her. So I don't think he was really afraid of her, at least in this phase. Like, I assume he never thought that Galadriel would come out with an army and attack Isengard or something just out of fun or so. As long as she would not attack her, she would not attack him, I assume, because she always had a passive. I guess he would respect her, and he also know that if he would cross her path in some way, he definitely would feel her wrath, but he definitely thought, okay, attacking Rohan and the people there down in Gondor, that's their stuff. Galadriel is probably even leaving Middle-earth at some point, so then I don't have to worry about her. It's not like she's building a huge elven army and attacks my rear, so there was never something that happened. Hope that somewhat answers the question. Now I also missed a lot of comments here in chat. We only need people if they are serious about following Tolkien. That's true. But I would also take younger people who are just interested and maybe try out stuff, like just try reading the books or getting into it. Maybe, I don't know. It's just, I agree, probably not just getting all the people is not helpful. Getting good people is, or good new readers or so on is awesome. But yeah, still, you need to get the message out, I think. I have to scroll up again. I've always said, but when I'm talking, I can't, and I have really trouble reading very long sentences and answers while talking, so I have to scroll up again and catch up a bit with chat. Okay, Noah also agrees with me and says, agreed, Chris. As a middle-aged Tolkien reader fan who also loves the Lord of the Rings films, I have always been extremely repulsed by what can be described as elitism in any form, a sense of entitlement. I agree with that too. Like, we are definitely on the same book there. Like, I feel like Tolkien didn't sell his books only to scholars or special people or whatever. He wrote The Hobbit for his kids, and he published it for other kids and parents and middle-aged people and so on to enjoy. Same with Lord of the Rings, and he made no difference there, in my opinion. And he also was, in some ways, like for example, in the time like 1954 and 1955 was definitely a different time, especially how women were treated. And we also know that Tolkien, for example, helped women to get like an education and so on, and was very progressive in that regard. And we also had, like with Eowyn to some degree, especially with Galadriel, maybe with Arwen, he has some very famous female characters in the fantasy world, considering that this man was born 1892, so not even last century, but the century before that. And for that, Tolkien was almost progressive, I would say, in some regards. So, and Tolkien at some point also said something along the lines, he wrote a letter and then he didn't write it or so with a comment, I shouldn't take myself too serious here. I like that about Tolkien. You're amazing, Chris, your brain is inhuman. Is it? The problem is I only know the Lord of the Rings stuff, and currently I'm doing research of videos, so I'm basically on peak level currently. But a few months ago when Elden Ring released, I just played Elden Ring for several weeks every day. I noticed how my knowledge went down. I need to get back, but I think I'm back on track again. Yeah, the BBC production was also pretty awesome. Great. Of course, my relationship to it is different, probably from people from the UK. What did Gandalf do to Tom Bombadil's place for 2 years, and what did they talk about? We had this question last time. I had not a good answer. What about what he could have talked about? So, seriously, have to sadly say I can't really. I don't know what they talked about. I would like to know too. I assume because, like in a way, Gandalf and Tom Bombadil are both mythological entities or figures in the world, and their meeting makes a lot of sense because, especially the Istari, at least in the Northwest, failed. About the Blue Wizards, we don't know exactly. Only Gandalf really went through until the end. Radagast vanished for whatever reason, even though he also helped Gandalf at least a bit, and Saruman even opposed the cause of the Istari and did terrible things. So, yeah, I don't know. He probably said, okay, let's meet with one of the last unusual persons. Maybe it wasn't even a good opportunity for Gandalf to meet a person like Tom Bombadil. Gandalf was a very curious person who looked into all the corners of the world. And I guess just visiting a very unusual entity like Tom Bombadil was very fitting for him in a way. Like he also seeked to, I guess he also talked to Radagast, even though Radagast went to Gandalf and talked to him. Great question. It's mentioned at the end of Lord of the Rings that Gandalf went to Tom Bombadil and they had conversation, I guess. Noreen says, I desperately want Amazon Prime to do well at portraying Tolkien's work faithfully, but I'm skeptically based on what I've seen them do with other things they have adapted. Yeah, I guess it goes in all directions. I'm not too deep into series. Like I like playing video games, and that eats most of my free time. As a result, I watch basically no series. Only Amazon series I have watched a bit was The Expanse, and that I like, to be honest. So my watching series, I always say series wrong, I think, because in my mind there's another syllable in it, but I think it's just series, right? Like the E is almost silent, whatever. Excuse me, I say it wrong in every video when I say the word, so sorry for that. But yeah, in my book, they did one good series, I know, so that's enough for me. We will see how it will turn out. I definitely don't expect them to be too faithful, and you have to keep in mind that they only have access to Lord of the Rings and the appendices, it seems. So they're also a bit limited in a way. Like, I would have thought they would have negotiated unfinished Tales material that you might need for the Second Age, but nope, it doesn't look like it. But yeah, we will find out what they will do with it. I also am very skeptical, to be honest. Like, I made a video about Galadriel being in Numenor when the Fellowship of Fens published that, and I was not I'm still not a fan of that idea, to be honest. So, but yeah, I will give it a chance at least, and then we see from there. I assume my as somebody who knows a lot about the books and looks almost every day into them, I probably will. It will get rough for me too when I see, okay, this is not in the books, this is completely different. Like, it's making videos about Tolkien and trying to connect all the dots and all the weird versions over years will definitely make it difficult for me to say, okay, they made this decision, but they ignore this, and that, even though they don't have access to it. It's really difficult to do this. I just hope that their overall tone is good, and they will somehow make it work, if that makes sense, and make it. It must feel like it's Tolkien. It must feel like it's Middle Earth, and it would be awesome if it's not completely bad and would draw in new people. That's what I expect from it. I expect not really like that they cover every detail of lore correctly and make maybe a few mistakes here and there, but maybe they have to like Lord of the Rings also changed a lot. The Peter Jackson films compared to the books, and people still love it to this day. I hope they can on their scale and limits reproduce this, but we will see. The skepticism is healthy, criticism is healthy, but if you are unhappy with an adaptation, turn to fan work. You never know what opportunities might come from it. Even next adaptation, yeah, might not be the last adaptation. I mean, I hope it won't be that bad that it will simply kill the Tolkien fandom, but yeah, I don't know. It's possible that that Saruman despised Galadriel. I'm not. Hard to say. Definitely, you might be right, because Galadriel, for example, Galadriel suggested that Gandalf would be leader of the White Council, not him. And that probably, like, we know Saruman was, if Saruman was not voted leader, he usually didn't like he didn't like you. So, I guess you might be onto something. No, learn of law. Learner of law. Probably you missed what is it called? Ah, yeah, you missed what do you call it? A space, and then after a dot, and then he thought it would be a URL, and then he deleted your comment because the bot thinks you posted a link, but you didn't post a link. Don't worry about it. It's just a timeout automatically by the bot. I can still read your message though. Yeah, especially that she was a ring wearer. That's a good point. It also probably bugged him. I owned a boxed cassette edition of The Hobbit for 20 years. Bought at a sale. Have cassettes player to use. Ray Reinhardt Bilbo. Bernard Mace Gandalf. Hillchuck narrator. Anyone else? Didn't have those, to be honest. Sounds cool. Yeah, that's why Saruman even later maybe makes his own ring or so. And calls himself Saruman of many colors. Noah says it would be interesting if the upcoming War of the Rohirrim anime included a short history of Rohan at the beginning of Eor building of Meduseld, Aldor the Old, etc. Yeah, would be pretty cool. I'm not sure if what they can do though, especially in one film. Like anime stuff usually isn't that long because animating everything is really taxing. Very curious what they do with that. Not gonna lie. Yeah, series singular and plural word just has a final apostrophe for possessives. All three forms are the same pronunciation. I've also had difficulty with this. Yeah. Somebody commented in my comments, I really like your videos, but it always triggers me when you say series. So I recently tried to change this, but it's difficult for me. Like if you have just memorized something in your head for such a long time, and you have to change the way you said it all the time. Exactly. Tolkien also had some fun moments. That's true. Like he liked a laugh or two. By the way, Chris, is Tolkien research now your day job? Yeah, like all the YouTube stuff I do is basically my job. There's some other side things I do at times that probably help when you do when the channel is not running that well, like this month or this year, I should say. This year so far is really rough, but I assume that will change. So definitely focusing on YouTube a lot because of also like an opportunity for me to focus more on the channel is I know in September the show comes out, and I know I will most likely get more views than usual. And then I see how stuff sticks there, and then I have to decide how much time I can afford to put into it as a job. But for this year, I definitely want to try out doing this pretty much full time. Also need to drink something. Great discussion, must go. Yeah, thank you for staying so long. How do you feel? I think Bernie91 also posted this before. How do you feel about the movie depiction of the Army of the Dead at the Pelennor fields? I feel like it diminished the victory like an instant win cheat code. It's the one I really didn't like. Yeah, I agree on that. I think the problem here of Peter Jackson was with the Undead Army that he maybe struggled a bit to portraying their impact, like having the main idea in the books is that the Undead Army, let me just see if I have a good screenshot of them, is that the Undead Army basically kills the what you call it, reinforcements, if that makes sense. And in the that's kind of, I think, difficult to depict, to say, yeah, this is really important, it's a really big plot point, and we need to do something with it. And you have this massive battle at Minas Tirith with Rohan and Oliphanes and, I don't know, orc armies and sieging and whatnot. And it's really epic, everything, and then you have some ships and some people jump overboard. Like, it's really difficult to make this really outstanding, and to, like, if it's just some reinforcement, like, you could have just left it out, if that makes sense. And then nobody would have noticed if Aragorn then just arrives with, like, a small reinforcement army, and then they win or so. So, in a way, I'm also, knowing the books, I'm not the hugest fan of it, but I can kind of see why he did this. Because, like, now it feels like, okay, Aragorn goes inside and negotiates with these ghosts, and they come, and then they turn the how the battle went and bring victory. Even though it feels a bit like a cheat code, I agree on that. But they really, like, now the cavalry comes and then destroys everything. It has more impact this way, even though it's extremely exaggerated as a result. But I agree that I can see why people don't like this in particular, though I can kind of understand why this might have helped the film to climax there and then just makes a difference and justify that you put so much screen time into the negotiation for the Oathbreakers. We just see Oathbreakers from the films, and yeah, it's really unfortunate, I guess. But another problem is it also, like, you have to explain why is Aragorn exactly not, like, if you could have just made Aragorn riding with Rohan together, and then you could have just let out this whole section and just ignore that there are reinforcements. In the film, it was, I guess, really difficult to portray it this way, that it had felt like very impactful. But yeah, I can see why I don't like it. Great discussion must go. I read this already. Do you think the estate intentionally limited access because they know this would be more challenging to Amazon and more difficult to avoid copyright issues? It's really hard to say, because I can only speculate myself too. The estate always appeared as very protective of Tolkien's work. I think I would assume, like, Tolkien and his family retrospectively saw it as a mistake to sell the film rights for the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings and the merchandise rights, seeing how popular it got, and they felt like, oh boy, we sold these, like, the Lord of the Rings films probably made Hollywood $1 billion or so. Is it $1 billion? Yeah, I always have to think how much that is in money, but a lot of money. And seeing that people make the money with the work of your ancestor must be kind of bugging, and you are not really involved in this and so on. That probably is a bit annoying, to say the least. And that is why probably they are very careful to what they do with these rights. And since it's the estate, and they often, I assume, focus on how the books are published, and focus on, like, having these scholars equipped with Tolkien notes, and that they can do research and so on, maybe a more academic level. Making films is probably completely out of their scope. And when you think how expensive it is to make films, like, even though they for sure are not poor, but having, like, I'm not sure what the Lord of the Rings trilogy costs were in production, but probably also something like, I don't know, 600 million or so. I'm not sure what the budget for every film was. Plus marketing on top of this. It's definitely something that is difficult. I think that is why and it seems like Christopher Tolkien didn't like the films, and as a result, he probably said something, maybe in his testament or whatever, to say, yeah, maybe don't just hand out licenses for stuff here that easily. And as a result, I could imagine that this has to do with why they limit access to the materials and why can't they. Maybe they would give access, but their price is too high. What they want for this, for the license. Maybe the Amazon and the estate couldn't negotiate like a deal there. I'm not sure. A lot of potential stuff. I don't think they want to make it more difficult or so. I just think they want to be very protective of it, and also like if there's an interest in what you do, like you also have to see it from a business side. If there's huge interest in what you have, like license for all the stuff, and let's say the Amazon series does insanely well, then they can maybe negotiate an even better deal for the other material, if that makes sense. So there's probably a lot of consideration going on in the background, but it's really hard to make educated guess or statement on why that is. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I have to admit, I'm not sure if the CGI was bad for 2003 or so. Like, I remember, I've seen it in cinema back in the day, and I always, yeah, for sure, it was not the greatest CGI back in the day, but it was also not completely bad, in my opinion. But maybe I don't know, how old was I in 2003? I don't know, was it a teenager or something? So maybe I saw it differently. Hard to say. Could have Jackson have included the rest of the Dundan? You mean the Grey Company, like Imrahil and all the others? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he could, but I assume he said it is too many characters, it's too difficult to put them in a film, so I have to cut them. Sorry, Love's got to head out. Some loose ends to tie up. Thank you for the company and conversation. Yeah, much appreciated for staying here a while and listening to our rambling. Have a fantastic rest of the day. The estate's probably relying on UK IP laws as opposed to US IP laws, and there is an international agreement over IP that most countries default to. Yeah. IP law is really complicated. I guess. Was Gandalf in love with Galadriel? As the Hobbit film somewhat implies this, I think, though, that is never really, like, they definitely respected each other, and it was one of the places that Gandalf went when he needed stuff, when he needed help, advice, and so on, besides Elrond and Rivendell, and I would argue, though, that he was probably not in love with her, but hard to say. I think from the books it's difficult. Me too. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, moderators. Yeah, have a good one, Suchan. Nice that you were here. I could answer your questions. I'm an IP attorney. Okay, that is helpful. I only have a very, I also have some understanding of course, IP law and so on, especially for doing YouTube, even though I basically break it frequently with some of the stuff I'm doing here. But, well, it's not, it's more copyright stuff, but I guess it goes into this direction as well. But really try not to break it too much, to be honest. But it's always, it's a hot ride on YouTube with all the copyright stuff. I'm very happy, though, that in some areas, companies got a lot more friendly for people that do YouTube stuff and don't claim. Like, yesterday there was, Sony had a show called State of Play for their PlayStation. and I streamed it and I uploaded it. And if I'm not completely wrong, at least the last time I checked, my VOD that I already uploaded, like the VOD of it, is not claimed at all, which surprises me greatly. So Sony did a really good job there. You're more on the pattern side. Yeah, that is that's also really complicated. Like, there are so many details to this. Oh, Kevin Felix, welcome. Yeah, I actually expected this question to come earlier. What are your thoughts on the new Rings show posters? So you mean the published in the Empire? I don't know, to be honest. It feels like they were photo shootings and they are somewhat photoshopped, and the resolution we have them in is not that great either. So it's I don't know, really hard to tell how telling these are of the quality that we might see. I always find like some of these screenshots and so on, they look sometimes a bit off, if that makes sense. And as a result, at least what I heard from other sources is that the actual show might look much better, but of course it gives some fire to people here and there. Overall, I thought about making a video or so about it, but I don't have too much to say about it. There were some names, and on my Discord already I discussed the names a little bit in the channel we have for the show when it came out, and I think the conclusion was a bit like, sometimes the names, for example, we have now the Hobbit names. The names feel sometimes a bit like they put like little what do you call this, pieces of paper on the dartboard and throw a dart on it, and then mesh the names together. Though all the names mentioned somehow appear there. Interestingly, in the books, I even double checked, and if you check Appendix C of the Lord of the Rings, you definitely find the Hobbit names there. So these are actual names Tolkien used, and I guess that's playing it really safe, even though you could argue it makes less sense for the Second Age, but you could also argue that the names we know from Lord of the Rings of the Hobbits, for example, are also translations of the actual names. Like Meriadoc, for example, his actual name is Kalimak. And that, no, is it Kalimak? Something like this. I forgot the name, chat. Kalimak? I forgot the name. It's in Appendix F. I know at least where. Maybe I find it really fast. Don't want to tell you wrong stuff here. And it has, Tolkien wrote also in Appendix F or somewhere that he gave it like a Welsh feeling to the name. I did, I think, a terrible mistake. Okay. Sometimes I hate this program here. Let me see if I find it. Yeah, I was right. Kalimak, and the short form was Kali, and that means jolly, or as Tolkien writes it here, gay, which is an old term for jolly. And yeah, it's an abbreviation. That's its actual name, and he formed it. He wanted to give it like a Celtic feel, and there's also like, I think, a Celtic king or something that has a similar name, and so on. Some interesting details about it. But he translated, like, Kali means jolly, so he translated it with merry. It's not his actual name, and he brought it to modern English. So it can make sense to use the names depending on what names are the actual names. It's a complex topic language-wise, so commenting on that, it's difficult, but I guess the names work out, so I'm not too shocked by the names so far. The dagger of Galadriel in the one of the posters looked a bit off for me, to be honest, but she also has this massive sword on her back. Like, yeah, I can live with that. I think doesn't look too bad. I also like the dwarf one, to be honest, because yeah, they look like dwarves. You could argue it could have looked a bit better and so on. We will see how it looks when the series is out. I hope that answers the question, though. John writes, the algorithm flagged you, not a considering attorney. This is an emerging legal law enforcement issue. Can you tell me what you're referring to? Very curious about it. If I hear algorithm and flagged, it always scares me. Pretending like they never happened. Wish they open up more. Seems they're obviously nervous. Yeah, I also would wish they would just bring out a trailer or something to talk about. Like, give us actual dialogue from. Like, I would really like a trailer, and we have some snippets of dialogue. Maybe in modern trailer cuts, you often have like, yeah, you know how they are cut. So I don't think we get like a whole dialogue scene or so. If we're lucky, we get one, but I don't know. Really hard to say. Thank you. I really appreciate your feel the estate should surely be more discriminating, as John Roy could feed their families for generation to come as long as they want. They are smart. Yeah. True. But Tolkien as a linguist was masterful in using these earthy, warm, familiar names for the hobbits like Sam, Gaffer. Yeah, he was really good at this. It's pretty hard to how to say to mimic Tolkien there with names, but so it's probably not a bad idea to use existing names for reasons. Yeah, I know that like if a video gets claimed, I know it's an algorithm who claims it. I had it one time. I think the algorithm flagged my video there, and then I did I said no, that's wrong, because the video with a similarity in it was not the song. It was a video game called Dark Souls 3, and somebody uploaded a remix of this song. But it was not the original song, because the original song's from the video game. I was just playing the video game. And then I got flagged, and then I said, no, it's the video that flagged me. It's not even the same song. Like, they are not the actual copyright owners of this. It's a fails flag, and I basically sent what you called an appeal. And and they literally answered they said no. Basically that. And then I just reported them and deleted the video and cut out the scene, because it was just a very short thing from the main menu, which was not important, and re-upload and said, screw you guys, you're just abusing the stuff out of this. But because the answer was by a real person, not by script. That was a pretty douchebag move, to be honest. You can't code wisdom. Yeah, that is true. He knows the Hobbits' alternate yet original names and where they are in the appendix they are found before he even looks them up. Yes. Some of them, this one I read recently, because I did some one of the names that were published in the thing, I only know this by accident, because I have a decently working memory, as you probably have noticed. And what was one of the names I forgot already? Sadok, I think, was the name. And then I looked it up and compared it to the name Meriadoc, because it also ends on OC. And Tolkien somewhere wrote that the Hobbit names often from Buckland often end on OC, for example, and some other endings. And that's why I know it. I could memorize some of the names. For example, Bilbo Baggins is Bilba Labinga, I think. Labingi, not Labinga. And also know Frodo is I forgot the Frodo one now. Sam I can't memorize though. He has a really weird name. Maura Labingi. That's Frodo Baggins. I also know those because they appeared in a video. I mentioned that in one of the first episodes of the book and film differences series, where Frodo basically writes the Hobbit here and back again or whatever on the first scene of the Fellowship of the Ring film, and then he writes by Bilbo Baggins. I said actually he could have written Bilba Labingi or something, which is kind of funny. Love it, Chris, for the win. Yeah, sometimes it's really helpful to, if you can memorize a lot of stuff. But I have to say, I always forget things, and especially if I haven't read something in a long time, in my mind also details start to mesh together, and I don't know how they were. For example, some stuff from the Two Towers, even I like what I know from the films and from the books. If I haven't read a chapter in a long time, and for whatever reason I rarely read the Two Towers, like the chapters of those, because in research I often need like a Return of the King, appendices, and the Council of Elrond, so I know these chapters insanely well, but some other chapters I haven't read in a long time, and if you would ask me, in my mind stuff starts to fuse. Did Tolkien talk much about the 4th, 5th, 6th, etc. Age of Middle-earth? No. Tolkien mentions a bit of 4th Age stuff, and he started writing a sequel to Lord of the Rings called The New Shadow or something. And but he only wrote like 14 pages or something like this, and then he said, not worth continuing. So no, not really. There is some interesting, like the age stuff later drops a little bit. Maybe the 4th Age is the last age, because it's a complicated question. Maybe I should also put your question up here. That might maybe help. It's a bit complicated because, like, in a way, Middle Earth. Oh, I forgot the question mark. In a way, Middle Earth is basically the mythological version of our world, and then it is that in some later texts about a character called Elfwine, he's basically an Anglo-Saxon king or lord, and he sails over the straight road to Aman, to the Elves, and finds those, and from them he learns the law and brings it back to our world, basically. It's a very interesting idea of Tolkien that he later wrote. You could consider this then as a later age. Maybe it's still the 4th Age, who knows, but probably not. So there are some interesting details Tolkien has. There's also a version about the end of the world. There's multiple versions of this. It's also not clear which age it is. there are, for example, if we look at the dwarves, we have Durin the first, and he has, let's call them reincarnations in a way. It's a complicated topic, but there are sometimes dwarves are born that look and behave like Durin, and as a result, they also become Durin and are considered his reincarnation in a way. And due to this, there is, I think, the last Durin or so is the seventh, and in the Fourth Age, the seventh is in some versions, I think, born, and he's from the line of Dain or Doin, the other in the Norse pronunciation, Ironfoot, who becomes king in Erebor after Thorin. I think some of his distant ancestors, descendants, not ancestors, descendants will be Durin the seventh, and the Durin the sixth lived in the Third Age, I think. Reintonations would be such. That's really, it's a really good spin on it. I like that. Reintonations due to the music of the Ainur. Pretty good word for Tolkien, I guess. I think humanity is supposed to be in the seventh age at this time. Maybe, I'm not sure. Possible. I'm not sure if Tolkien writes about this. Maybe due to the number symbolism or so. Could work. I mean, Durin the seventh is also the last one. Maybe. A really difficult topic though. I hope this somewhat answers this. So there's very little, but there's a bit. That's probably the answer to this. Yeah, I can definitely see why people are not interested in a sequel or so. Thank you for saying dwarves. Pretty sure Tolkien felt strongly that was always a debate. Like, isn't there a story where he gave his book to the editor and he corrected the dwarf thing and he said no, that's how it's supposed to be written, especially the elf thing. Kind of interesting, but it was a deliberate choice by Tolkien, of course. But yeah, I'm not sure who wrote the subtitles and so on. Yeah, for sure. It's probably interesting to think about where Tolkien was going and what he had in mind. But I also like I said it in previous streams already. What I like about Tolkien Lord of the Rings is that it has a definitive ending. And as a result, the ending has impact, and everything can work towards it. It's not like, oh, I let this little plot twist at the end, or this little tie open so I can make a sequel, and make a sequel after the sequel or so. I like that it really ends there. It ends the story of Frodo and his friends and so on. And his sequel would have played much, much later. I think the grandson of Aragorn or so would be into this, or was it the son? I forgot. think it was even the grandson. It was much, much later. And there was like a new, it's called a cult or something, that appeared, and then the rise of the new shadow, and he said, nope. Let me see if I can find the statement about this. Probably I can't. Yeah, letter 256 from Tolkien comments on this. Let me just see where I start here. It's from 13th of May 1964. And yeah, he wrote. Yeah, it's also written. It's the new shadow. I found that even so early there was an outcrop of revolutionary plots about a center of secret about a center of a secret satanistic religion, while Gondorian boys were playing at being orcs and going round doing damage. I could have written a thriller about the plot and its discovery and overthrow, but it would be just that, not worth doing. So, yeah. Kind of interesting. As said, letter 256. I also remember that he used the word thriller in this letter, so I could find it pretty fast. Always helps if you have like a phrase or an unusual word in your mind when you want to find some of those quotes fast. But, so looking at the clock. Okay, in the new Amazon series, there are many that doesn't like the idea about dark elves, but I see no problem with that. In Skyrim there are different kind of elves, dark elves, wood elves, high elves. Like, the term dark elf even exists in Tolkien's world, but I assume they are not, they don't have a dark skin color or so, but I have to admit that's, in my opinion, also not really that big of a problem. It depends how they pack it, but that's a really loaded topic, to be honest. I don't mind, I don't care, I can simply watch a series and just look past the skin color, if that makes sense. There are also Shakespeare adaptations of Macbeth and so on, where somebody with that is not white plays, for example, Hamlet or so. It's yeah, it's definitely possible. So I don't mind too much. And snow elves. So why not in Middle Earth? I don't know why people make such a big deal out of that. I assume it has to do with the current meta we see in commercials and in Hollywood and so on, and people think maybe it's a bit much. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The dark elves in Lord of Rings, like it's a complicated term in Lord of Rings, because there are the Moriquendi, that are the elves that haven't, and the Calaquendi. And the Moriquendi are the elves that haven't seen the light of the two trees, and the Calaquendi have seen the light. So the Sindar elves, for example, are part of that. Then there's also a group that are, I don't know what it translates to, I think refuses or something, the Avari. They did not, when the Great Journey started, they decided to simply not go on the Great Journey from the start. So that's different from the Nandor, which we also discussed. They went on the Great Journey and just aborted in the middle of it, but the Avari didn't go on the Great Journey at all, and they are considered dark elves. And interestingly, a source, for example, for music for the early men in some versions. Kind of interesting. And they're also called dark elves. Then we have Eol from the Silmarillion, the father of Maeglin. he is also, considered, well, not considered, but called the Dark Elf, but that has probably more to do with the way he was living and personality and so on than how he looked and so on and so forth. But the term at least exists, and to be honest, I think there are more things that you can screw up, in my opinion, that are much, much more important, like the dialogue or so. Like, I don't mind what skin color the actor has that plays a dwarf or an elf, if at least as long as the dialogue is good. Which will be very important, in my opinion. But as I said, it's a very loaded topic, and I can see what I can respect that people don't like and really want an adaptation that is as close as possible in every aspect. And here there's already a violation, and it might, let's call it a violation, and it might be due to how Hollywood makes stuff, but yeah. I think there could be worse. We definitely have to see why. Like, I'm always surprised that this is the biggest concern or fear of people, but for me, definitely it is. Getting the dialogue wrong, making some weird lore changes that make no sense inside the world, I fear that more, like, when you make certain changes to the lore and to the background story, and especially compress time so much, sometimes you could argue that Tolkien often had like a thought behind everything, and if you change it too much, it doesn't work. But I don't think that visual details like these, at least not important for me at all. Like, there's just so many other things that I prioritize over that. Sure, it's probably not accurate, but whatever. I don't care. But yeah, that is just the classic discussion at the end. Yeah, there's, of course, Tolkien was not vague on some of the stuff, though I would argue there are characters in Lord of the Rings where Tolkien does not one single time describe how they actually look. Like, maybe at least hair color or so, but not face features, eye color or so. Like, there might be several characters where this is the case, and Tolkien described a lot of stuff, but he often did not describe like eyes, for example. Tolkien often described, to be honest, but some other features. For just a classic example, does Aragorn have a beard? According to Nature of Middle-earth, he has no beard. Tolkien envisioned the Dunedain line and the Numenoreans, the royal line, as beardless, because like there was a statement that Imrahil, I think, when Legolas saw him, had no beard, and he saw that he had an elven strain in his line. As a result, some people followed that should be the case for Aragorn then as well, because he also had elven ancestors, and that is the case. But it was never really clear. I didn't see too much outcry that like Aragorn had a beard in Lord of the Rings. You could, of course, say that's not correct and so on, but it's just such a small detail, in my opinion. I don't mind too much. Yeah, it's true. Tolkien was vague about the Rich King and the Witch King of Angmar and his origin. For sure, no beard makes sense for Aragorn, but I wouldn't complain when somebody made an adaptation and he had a beard, because why not? That's for me just such a little detail. Tolkien envisioned this, and it's an adaptation is always an interpretation of something, And sometimes you also bring your own vision into an adaptation. That's always the case. Like, look at Blade Runner. Like, I really like I think I even like the book more than Blade Runner, the Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, but like, the film is completely different from it, but both are praised and were important works. It can work even though they were not going to what Philip K. Dick wrote back in the day. So, like, there's like, the Blade Runner film is so different from the book. It feels like he read like, I don't know, Ridley Scott read a different book. Like, it's really, well, I think Viggo just didn't want to shave, and he's a movie star, so yeah, maybe. That's a good question. We could maybe discuss here. It's one of the last questions for the stream, which just goes on far too long, to be honest. That's an interesting question. We discussed this in the past already, I think, because the question seems familiar. I always wondered why the Lords of Dol Amroth, that's where Imra here, for example, from, were not considered half-elven. Because they have also ancestors. At least one of his ancestors could have been a half-elven. Because Tolkien wrote somewhere that the half-elven ends after a few generations. And that could be an explanation for the later Lords of Dol Amroth, but not for the early ones, because one of the early Lords of Dol Amroth married an elf. And their children were not considered half-elven. I assume the reason for that is that the term half-elven was only created with Eregion and Elwing going to Aman, and then they had to decide what they want to be. Technically, they are also half-elven, but in the realm of the definition of this specific term of significance in the mythology, or if in the lore of Tolkien's world, in the Legendarium, it's only reserved for certain very special characters. So technically they are half men, half elves, so half elven, if that makes sense. But for the complexity and for the fate of the world, like if you look at Elrond and his line, there's just so much powerful fate in this bloodline, in the events surrounding them, that this is basically a term to work them out and present them in a very specific way in the world, and show that they have a very powerful bloodline and a very powerful position in this. And this, of course, even though they are not unimportant, the Lords of Dol Amroth, but it's still different in comparison to Elrond, if that makes sense. And even though even some of the ancestors of Elrond, who also were half-elven, like Dior, the son of, we have a beautiful artwork which I could show here, the son of Beren and Luthien. You just see, Kimberly 80, of course, has us covered here. Beren and Luthien, their son Dior was also not called half-elven, interestingly. They're half awesome. And as a result, I assume that is the explanation why also later technically half-elven persons were not called half-elven, if that makes any sense. Like, all this half-elven stuff was pretty much specific for this specific line, not for the others. How long they lived and so on, really hard to tell. I don't know, to be honest. It might be that the children of this elven woman and this lord of this man back in the day might have lived a bit longer, but not the possibility to choose between being elf or man or not. It's really difficult to say. In theory, though, it should be the case, but wouldn't even say they were. I think they were not called. Like all of them. Let's put it that way. All of them died. I guess, except for the elf woman, I guess. Princess of Dol. Let's see, princess. So the first one was Galador, and he was the son of Imrazor and Mithrelas. But yeah, Galador died in the year 2129. He was, according to this article, he was 125 years old. So it seems like his life did not expand much further, and you could say maybe he decided to be a man, but it's kind of unusual that, yeah, this was the case. Like, he also had, I think, a sister. At least he has mentioned one. Gilmis is her name, I think. But yeah, it's relatively interesting. But it seems like they were not... I assume they were not half-elven. In this particular lore sense. I think Tolkien didn't think that through. That's a possibility too. Like, this is really a thing to consider. Like, this was really a minor detail of his works, and maybe he just wrote it down, did not put too much thought into this, or had other, like, you have to think about that some of the details are maybe published in the Lord of the Rings, like only in a table, in a timetable. It's not a huge complex story about this or anything. So it might be just, okay, just get the table done, put a name in it. And maybe he had an interesting idea with this. We might want to work on it further in the future, but never did. Possible. Yeah, for sure, there are descriptions of the elves. And you could make assumptions back on their background, but but it doesn't mean that I think you have to always stick to these descriptions if you're honest. Like, there's also Machtan, for example, the father of the wife of it's the father of Nerdanel, the wife of Feanor. And Machtan had a beard and red hair, which is also unusual for elves. But so it seems not all elves like look the same. Like, there were definitely some differences here and there, for whatever reason. And even had a beard when he was, it seems like, younger. Really strange. Yeah, it's also possible. But it's in the Lord of the Rings. Also, the term is rarely used, so it's just like, it's called a special case. You always have to consider the Silmarillion, where this plays a bigger role, is also a work that was posthumously published and consists of Christopher Tolkien putting texts together. Show me an ugly elf. For sure, the elves concept was like yeah, have this certain look or stereotype, if you want, to them. They are also mythological entities and basically in some way represent a more perfect version of men, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's in my opinion not too big of like who is ugly and who is beautiful, in my opinion, is, at least especially these days, highly subjective. So like beauty is a very subjective term, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that the immersion breaking argument is definitely a thing. Somebody, we had this discussion when the show came out, and I had to discuss this also there a bit. And somebody made the example, like if you have an isolated village and you have people, like it makes no sense that people look different there. They're all from the, let's not say same family, but like they're isolated and look similar. Like, I don't know. Is like if you look at Iceland, for example, you also have like a certain group of, like, this is a very isolated island for some time. That's also a reason why Old Norse traits are so preserved in their language. And for sure, like you can construct this and it makes then more sense. It can kill the immersion. However, I can definitely see through it, because I can just see he's an actor playing that, and I can't completely ignore this. I know some people can't do that, and that is unfortunate, but yeah, I don't mind that too much, to be honest. I mean, in a medieval setting, for sure that might be more difficult, but there are a lot of details that are more difficult. But I would say Middle Earth is far less. It has a medieval feeling here and there, for sure, but it also is still a fantasy world. And with dwarves and dragons, you could also argue, I don't know, how can a dragon this big fly? You could calculate how big his wings would have to be to generate enough power to bring this amount of weight into the air, and so on. How can he breathe fire? What does he have to eat to generate, I don't know, gases that allow him to spit fire, and so on? There's so many elements in this world that are fantastic. How can a tree walk around and be intelligent and sentient and so on? Sentient. It's really, like, there are a lot of small details that you can question inside of a world. Oh no, the bots have arrived with so much. Let me just see. Good night, and Amarie. Didi, nice that you were here. I believe the reason they couldn't find Radagast is because he loved animals so much that he transformed into an animal himself. That's a really good theory. I like that one. Define ugly, it's a mess. Agreed. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Exactly. Yeah, that is true. To beauty, there are a lot of details that come to that. Yeah, and I think the opinions on this might vary. What I like here in chat, there's for sure people who don't like this change, and there might be people like you said, I don't mind that. I even like that they tried have a modern approach to this, modern in Anführungszeichen, as we say in German. And we can discuss this as civilized people and accept each other's different opinions on that. And that is very important. But sometimes on the internet, people lost this ability, and that's the saddest part about it. You don't have to like it, and you don't have to celebrate it. You can criticize it, but you can also still respect that there are probably people out there that don't mind or think that's maybe even a good thing. For sure, still, elves should be, I don't know, go into, like, they are superhuman in some ways, like when it comes to strength and speed and so on, wisdom, they live so long and so on. Yeah, for sure. Like, it was really a miraculous, wondrous moment for Beor and his fellowship when they saw Finrod first. But Finrod, of course, is also, like, an elf of the royal line. Yeah, they thought he would be a Valar. Exactly, so for sure that there is something about them, but maybe Finrod is also one of the greatest elves we have. But yeah, I hope you don't mind, but I would say it's a good point to end the stream, because I'm streaming for 5 hours, talking for 5 hours straight. It was pretty long. Nobody will watch this VOD, I feel. But maybe I'm wrong. There was a lot of Galadriel talk, so the potential thumbnail is definitely fitting this time. We also still have the credits. Should be correct. The greatest. And yeah, I hope you people enjoyed the stream. There will be another stream like this, like I always call them lore Q&A stuff. Here's a question: why did Ilúvatar desire elves to be the first in Arda? I guess because when he planned the elves, Arda was still unmarred. And so he also created these unmarred beings that should live in the world. And then the world got marred, and a new folk needed there to be that fitted this unmarred nature better, which is what's going on with men and the gift of men. Like, they were much better off living in Middle Earth because they didn't change, if that makes sense. So yeah, I hope this answers the last question. Great stream. Before you go, forgot to say I watched you play a Dark Souls a couple of months back. Never heard you frustrated before, so it was funny. Sorry to laugh at your pain. Well, yeah. when I play Dark Souls, I'm not sure which run you watched though. If it was the Dark Souls 3 level 1 run, I was really frustrated there. There was one boss I had to fight literally 15 hours or so. I was in pain, in a lot of pain. Like, my sword levels were maxed out, and my frustration resistance was overcome by a magnitude. So that was annoying. Now I check that out. Maybe check the more chill stuff out, but yeah. Like, I like playing difficult games, and after an hour of trying, I also get very frustrated, which I think is pretty normal, but there is definitely, salt going on there at times. Like, sitting here and talking to people is relatively relaxing, but if you just smash your head against the wall for an hour, that things become really, really difficult to endure, if that makes sense. And the worst part is always when you're really frustrated. And try not to curse. That's the biggest challenge. It's really hard though. Sometimes I fail at it, I guess, but as said, if you try a boss for 15 hours and you're just constantly dying to it because of this insane challenge run, then it gets difficult. This has been fun, interesting, and enlightening. I appreciate you doing it such thoughtfulness. Thanks. Yeah, much appreciated for staying here. Yeah, we all do it as gamers. True. Thanks for the lovely stream. I'm going to replay this and fall asleep. Yeah, the VOD will be available the first 7 minutes or so. I will put it chapter thing in it so you can skip forward or so. I cursed a bottle of Tyler. I apologize. So, I also have the credits that I can run. Not sure what's coming up next. So, depending on how much stuff I get done tomorrow, I might be able to pull out a video on Sunday. If everything goes right. Sunday, I should be able to finish the video. If not everything goes right, then it might be Monday or later, but I really try to make it Sunday. I'm not sure, though, if it will work. That will be the next part of the Who is Elrond video. I hope you are into that. It was the one where you took a break after 3 hours of fighting one boss. Yeah, okay, that could be him. It was kind of cute. Thank you. It's of course always like when you fail a lot and get angry, being on stream and sharing this with people is kind of, I wouldn't say embarrassing, but like you don't want to share your weakest moments, if that makes sense. As a result, it's always a bit unfortunate, I guess. But I tried my hardest. I just remember one stream where we played a fighting game and I lost the match really closely. Man, was I sad. But yeah, like 3 hours or something is not the longest. Like I said, there was one boss where it took me multiple streams and I streamed for 5 hours each stream or so and I didn't manage to. What is going on with the bot today? I have to be careful that I don't accidentally ban you. Tschüss. Yeah, okay. Enough talking though. Thank you people for watching, for all your support. I hope you enjoyed this. We will stream either at the end of the month or in the next few weeks, or when big news come out, maybe regarding the show. If the trailer comes out, there will be a live stream when the trailer releases, so no matter what. Next video is the Elrond stuff, and check the other stuff I do too. There's also a German channel in case you're still awake and speak German. I mentioned at the beginning of the video. Oh, but I forgot where the link is for it. But there is a channel where I also post my videos in German now, which is kind of exciting. Curious what people think of that, if they can speak German. So, is there anything else? Twitch stuff? Yeah, try to stream a bit more frequently again. I don't play, so it was educational for sure. Can imagine. So, yeah,